Okay, good morning. For today, the plan is to take our public hearings first, followed by our council meeting, committee meeting, and ending with our executive session. So, with that, I'd like to call our public hearing for resolution number 2022-22. Clerk, could you please read the notice of public hearing?
Notice is hereby given that the Council of the County of Kauai will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, July 20th, 2022 at 8:30 a.m. or soon thereafter in the Council Chambers, 4396 Rice Street in room 201 in the Historic County Building on resolution number 2022-22, resolution proposing a charter amendment relating to a housing development fund. This resolution proposes to amend the Kauai County Charter Financial Procedures Sections 19.15 Fund Administration by establishing a new paragraph D, Housing Development Fund, and to earmark a minimum of 2% of the certified real property tax revenues to the Housing Development Fund for the purpose of affordable housing. If this resolution is adopted by the Kauai County Council, this proposed amendment will be submitted for a vote by the electorate and on the 2020 general election ballot. Chair, we have 2 registered speakers.
And we had written testimony come in also.
The first registered speaker is Ken Shimonishi, followed by Alice Parker.
Ken? Ken, you know the rules, but I'll just state it for anyone in the room. You have 3 minutes. The light will turn green when your time starts. It'll turn yellow when you have 30 seconds, and it'll turn red when your 3 minutes is up. If you need another 3 minutes, we're going to go around the room. Everyone gets their first 3 minutes first, and then once everyone's gone, then you can have a second 3 minutes for your testimony. And just state your name for the record.
Aloha, council members. Ken Shimonishi for the record. Although I am employed by the county as the budget administrator, and I previously served as director of finance, I'm here on my own personal time to provide personal testimony on Resolution 2022-22, which seeks a charter amendment that would require 2% but no more than 5% of real property taxes to be contributed towards the Housing Development Fund. To be clear, I fully support contribution of funds towards housing development. However, I strongly oppose using the charter as the mechanism to enact such funding. The county charter is the basic document that defines the organization, structure, powers, functions, and essential procedures of the county. The charter is comparable to the U.S. Constitution or a state's constitution. It should not be amended frequently and should reflect broadly the general and essential functions of the county, and in my opinion, should not be used to address specific budgeting appropriation items. First, I would ask, what is the county's policy for funding housing development projects? I don't know that such a policy exists. I have never been told that the annual budgets for the county, which I play a major role in compiling, analyzing, presenting, and administering, does not meet the housing development funding policy. So I can only conclude that there is none. Despite not having a policy, this resolution, if adopted, proposes the most restrictive method of funding, which again, I believe the charter is not the proper place for such action. But more importantly, without such a policy, shouldn't we try the least restrictive legislative action first? Questions that should be asked. What should the contribution amounts be annually? Is 2 to 5% proper? What about using any excess of reserves? What is the limit for accruing the fund balance in the Housing Development Fund? Is there a prioritization of future bond issues to include housing projects, or dedicated bond issues for these housing projects, or other third-party financing, etc.? I can understand the desire to force the county to make these contributions through a charter amendment. However, there is also a downside that should other events require shifting of funds as needed, such as an economic downturn or natural disaster, the county would lose such flexibility.
Ken, that's your first 3 minutes. Alice?
Good, he left it on. Alice Parker, for the record. I'm also referring to the budget. Good morning, all. One, we need correction wording to county employees' contract to ensure that a convicted incarcerated council member, i.e. Arthur Brune case, is not entitled nor receives his/her salary while in jail. Pensions must also be addressed if related. 2, remove necessities for expensive special elections to fill an unexpected vacancy in an elected office, to wit, office of the county prosecutor, when Justin Collar suddenly moved off the island recently. We taxpayers all understand that the county budgeting process is a detailed, time-consuming duty to each participant, but we do appreciate your attention to these inadvertent loopholes of lost monies. Mahalo nui loa, thank you, Alice Parker. And Scott?
Thank you. We'll make a copy for everyone on that. Anyone else in the audience wishing to testify for the first time on the charter amendment? If not, Ken, you can get your second 3 minutes.
I would like to testify.
We're doing the in-person first, and then we'll do the Zoom. So Ken,
Oh,
you can
in-person.
have your final 3 minutes, and then we'll take the people waiting on Zoom.
In my opinion, a policy that is adopted through collaboration between the council and the administration has the best outcome for success. And we should not underestimate the power and effectiveness of a simple resolution. Examples of this include the structurally balanced budget resolution and the amended reserve fund policy resolution. In fiscal year 2010 to fiscal year 2014, the general fund suffered year-over-year deficits to such a degree that the general fund balance declined 53% in just 4 years. On this continued trajectory, the county was headed for insolvency. The council and the administration held a working session where they identified common areas of cooperation or goals for the county. The number one item identified was the need for long-term financial planning. In fiscal year 2016, the administration submitted its first budget to adhere to the practices as recommended by GFOA, Government Finance Officers Association, and the long-term financial planning project that was taken up to address this issue. This practice continues to today and has positioned the county well to deal with unforeseen circumstances, such as the state's withholding and final elimination of the shared TAT revenue. Roughly revenue shortfalls that amounted to $7.5 million in fiscal 21 and $15 million in fiscal 22. In closing, again, I'm all for funding housing development, especially affordable or subsidized housing projects, as the vast majority of our residents are priced out of the market. But I'm opposed to doing this via the charter. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
I have a clarifying question from Councilmember DiCosto.
I have a couple clarifying questions. Ken, can you explain to me, you mentioned bond rating. When, as a council member, I understand that if this becomes law, where we put 2% of our money into this fund, that's the first bill we gotta pay within our budget. Am I correct?
That would be a required amount to be contributed from our budget, correct?
Correct. How would that affect our ability to float a bond? Because now we have less revenue and it's gonna tie it up in another account. Can you explain that?
Right. So I want to be careful because, obviously the county has a director of finance that, would be the person to address these issues, right? But I would say that in my past experience, when the bond agencies do ratings for the county, one of the things they look at is our budget flexibility as a plus, so to speak, right? And obviously, we have to pay our bills, we have to pay our debts. But that is a factor that is looked at. And of course, it's a requirement that we fund debt service, right? So that has to be paid. And any earmarked monies, would if those amounts are needed elsewhere, would need to be made up somehow, right?
I'm also second clarifying.
Some of these questions might be better directed towards the admin during during our next meeting.
I do have
But
one more.
Ken is here on his personal time, so
Okay, I do have one
anything
more.
clarifying on his.
Yeah. You mentioned the 2016 where you guys addressed the economy downturn and you guys collaboratively worked with our mayor here to solve it. Do you think this could be done again for our public housing instead of going through the charter?
Exactly, that's my point, that what is the county's policy to fund, housing, right? And here we are, ready to put in a charter requirement or amendment, but really, what is the policy? And my hope is that the council, working in collaboration with the administration, can come up and develop and adopt a policy and use that going forward with the county's budgeting process.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Chair.
Clarifying question,
Just
Councilmember
clarifying, okay?
Carvalho.
So the process that was taken on the structurally balanced budget process, you're saying that instead of going through the charter process, we've done that process, went through that process as a county, and that would be the best way to secure the funding that way. Just clarifying the process.
What I'm saying is that when both sides agreed on the priority, then it's a lot easier to adhere to a policy, and not necessarily have to embed something into the charter, which again, I don't believe is the appropriate place to try to address budgeting items.
I just want to clarify.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the audience wishing to testify? For your second time? Yeah.
Yes, hello.
Oh, hold on, we're gonna take the Zoom testifiers after the in-person.
Alice Parker again. By the way, I forgot to say, bus stop on Pahe'e Street, I'm still holding my breath. Right, Cavallo? You were working on it for me. Thank you.
Okay, I have on Zoom Joanne Kimura.
Good morning, Chair Kaneshiro and members of the County Council. Can you hear me?
Yep. So
Good.
Joanne, because you're on Zoom, we'll give you your full 6 minutes right now because it's too hard to shuffle between testifiers. So you can have a full 6 minutes. I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds. I may just interrupt you a little bit and I'll tell you when your 6 minutes are up.
Thank you, Chair. I'm here today to strongly support Resolution 2022-22, which would earmark 2% of real property taxes in the county's annual budget for the development of affordable housing. I'm sorry to have to disagree with my good friend, Ken Shimanishi, but here goes. By passing this resolution, you will be giving the voters of Kauai a chance to approve a charter amendment that will grow the county's housing development fund. In doing so, the council will be taking a big step toward implementing policy number 2 in the general plan, which is to provide affordable housing. The provision of affordable housing, policy number 2 says, requires, quote, adequate capital. That is precisely what the proposed charter amendment would help to provide. I want to highlight 3 reasons the charter amendment is needed. First, we simply cannot build the housing we need at the rate we need it without unrestricted development funds that the charter amendment would provide. The general plan says that we need to build 9,000 housing units by 2035. It costs about $500,000 to $600,000 to build a house today. Given that kind of cost and the deep subsidies required to make housing affordable, I estimate that we would need $400 million just to build 1,000 homes. Consider that the legislature just passed $600 million for DHHL. While this may seem overwhelming, these numbers, it is important to realize that the capital can be leveraged. When I was mayor, my administration leveraged $42 million in unrestricted federal funds received after Hurricane Iniki. We gave out some of the money as loans rather than grants, and mixed and matched some of the $42 million with federal housing tax credits, home and CDBG funds, and inclusionary zoning contributions. The $42 million built 478 units at a rate of about 90,000 per unit. The second reason is, with the monies earmarked by the charter amendment, the county would be able to provide housing for more families in more income brackets and develop better quality projects. A case in point is the recently built Kauai project in Koloapoipu, which was built with federal low-income housing tax credit, LITEX. It is thus limited to families at or below 60% of AMI. If we had had sufficient county housing development monies when Kauai was being planned, we could have built some of the units with unrestricted county monies. This would have enabled families with incomes at 80, 100, and 120% of AMI to qualify to live in that development. That would have made affordable housing available to a broader range of workforce families, including teachers, who are my special concern. And it would have made Kauai a better housing project, as it is well known that putting together families with a diversity of incomes usually creates a more successful community. The third reason is a robust housing development fund would give the county housing agency the flexibility and agility to buy land as the opportunity arises. Kalepa Village and Rice Camp housing projects would not exist today had not the county had money available to buy the land when it became up for purchase. With the $42 million in post-Iniki federal funds, which was the last big infusion of capital the county received, the existing housing projects or some of the following existing housing projects or units were made possible. Kalepa Village, Lihui Court, Anahola Hawaiian Homes Habitat for Humanity 20 and 20 program, which was a while back. Lake Kupuna Elderly Housing in Kalaheo, Kilauea Estates, Lihui Theater Elderly Housing, and some units in Hokulea Estates. But for the $42 million in unexpected, planned housing capital, these housing units would not exist today. Since then, we have not had another big infusion of housing capital. That perhaps is part of the reason we are so far behind in providing housing. Resolution 2022-22 would begin to remedy that. If you support making affordable housing a top priority, approving this resolution is the right and urgent thing to do. I'd like to close with a suggestion as to the wording of the ballot question. I suggest that the word annually be added to the question to make the proposed amendment clearer. It would be written as follows: shall 2% of real property tax revenues be earmarked annually for the purpose of affordable housing? And I just want to say that 2% is very small amount of the budget and will not really affect the main flexibility of the big budget. And also we have had this
Joanne, that was your 6 minutes.
Okay, just let me finish the sentence.
Okay, one sentence.
We've had the earmark for parklands, the open space earmark for many, many years, and I don't think it has been the reason we were close to bankruptcy in the past. But it will really
Okay,
make
that's your
it
time.
affordable.
That's your
Thank
time.
you.
I do have a clarifying question from Councilmember DiCosta.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Joanne, for that very informative statistics. I was very impressed. Can you clarify, you made a comment about unrestricted funding in the Koloa area when we did the LIHTC credits for 60% AMI, and if we had unrestricted funding that we could use, you mentioned that we could meet the 80%, which roughly is a couple making about 90,000, 100% AMI and 120% AMI, and you specifically mentioned the teachers. That 120% AMI is, I believe, about 128,000 joint. The question I want to ask you is, how would it address our teacher shortage in housing when teachers make an average of about 65 to 70,000, and if they were married, they would not fall in this unrestricted funding amount that we have, or would we address that gap group that we're missing? Because there's a gap group that makes jointly, like a fireman and a teacher, they make over 128,000. How would your numbers address those people?
I think some beginning teachers would fall into the 120% category, and so would beginning firefighters, maybe, I'm not sure. They certainly need housing, and unrestricted monies could go there if we change our housing policy to go up to 140%. But I actually support the 120% right now because it would help the people who have much fewer options than the people with 140%. We have to start, and we need to help those who are on the margins to homelessness. So, because we have so little capital right now, we have to focus on the lower end. If we can build our housing development capital, we can help the higher range. And we might also investigate programs of subsidizing interest or that kind of thing, rather than giving a whole house, providing a whole house to the 140. We might explore other ways to lower their price without having to provide an entire house.
Okay, thank you.
Do you follow?
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Joanne.
Thank you very much, Chair and members.
Next
Aloha.
up, I have Larry Graff.
Thank you. Honorable Chair and members of council. My name is Larry Graff. I am a father, a grandfather, and I am the Chief Operating Officer of Permanently Affordable Living Kauai, and Kauai is my home. I wish to support setting aside 2% of the property tax for affordable housing in the resolution, and I wish to express our strongest support for this resolution. And I've heard some interesting testimony today. I would only like to say that if you give it to the voters and let them decide. I heard someone say that we need to conserve funds for natural disasters. We have an unnatural disaster, and it's a disaster that is impacting us as much as any hurricane you can imagine. People who are born and live here are leaving in record numbers. Families are being torn apart, and people are being homeless, working 2 jobs. We need this 2% set aside. I also want to say that we have a core of dedicated agencies on Kauai, have formed an alliance, the Kauai Affordable Housing Alliance, and you can bond off of this money and create a significant amount of money. And Joanne was talking about how the $43 million built so much housing on Kauai. Kaha could certainly use that money, developers large and small. And finally, I'd like to say, in the implementation of this, if the voters approve of it, and we're not saying whether you should approve of it, we just want to give it to the voters and let them decide the facts. If it should be approved, we'd like the implementing rules to include agencies like ours, new and small agencies. We're here about 4 years. We have 13 apartment units in Keikaha, serving people straight out of homelessness. and we have 3 other projects in our pipeline that we will build, close to 50 units of housing or more. Access to capital is a key component of what we do in any project, along with things like water and zoning density. We trust the county will consider its homegrown smaller affordable housing agencies once the voters pass this, and we encourage you to give the voters the opportunity to pass this. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Aloha.
Okay, thank you, Larry. Next up, we have Tara Rojas.
Aloha.
Hey, Tara.
So my thoughts are on this
just
are,
state your name for the record, just in case I may have pronounced it wrong.
I'm for affordable housing for Kauai. There is indeed a housing crisis. However, being on these planning commissions, and this is the first time for the Kauai County Council meeting, and knowing that the connections, with, and the issues with not affordable housing, but with luxury housing being built on Kauai, that's part of it too. I know we're talking about number 1, the resolution, and so I'll keep it to that because I'm going to comment on number 3 as well. But this is all, tied in together. Think back about how the housing issue came about. How is it that what's going on right now, that there are housing and luxury units being developed for foreigners at in the $1 million range? Why is there not some kind of, resolution or, being done regarding that? So just the fact that any way to get extra money for housing for local Kama'aina and primarily Kanaka Maoli is great, is awesome. But the thing is, who is being accountable for this money raised? Where is it going? Is it earmarked? As we're seeing on all islands in Maui, the resolution for formal investigation for corruption. As we've seen on Mokuokeawe, Hawaii Island, the Hawaii County Council member being charged again with corruption and accepting bribes. So I honestly am not, well versed. I don't have all the time in the world and understanding to understand. But I just know that with anything dealing with housing on Kauai, money's coming in, funneling of money's coming in. Who is accountable for these monies? And you guys are kind of all tied in together somehow. So just hearing that first testifier, if they do have knowledge of budgets and if they're opposing it through this means of a resolution, that's something to be considered. So I'm just going to say that there's just so much that needs to be watched, accounted for, money-wise, as far as the people, how it's coming in, how it's being used, and just all of that, because there is a lot of corruption going on. And here on Oahu, the Department of Planning and Permitting person also got charged with corruption. So I'm going to bring that to the table. Yeah, that just, again, we are watching, we are aware, may not understand everything, but you're na'au, what moral standards, moral ethics, ethical character, that really should come into play. That if this is for the good and there's accountability and there will be affordable housing, available, great. But if not, the Kauai general plan that was written in 2018, I don't know, I couldn't find a more recent version, but if there's a newer one, why are you guys even looking at that? Or was that just to create something and not even use it? So just bringing that to the table, bringing just what's happening now, and again, do what's pono, housing for Kanaka Maoli, Kama'aina, local residents, not for personal benefit, but for the greater good of the community, really seen it tangibly. That's what needs to be done. So that's just all I'm going to say. Housing for the local resident Kanaka Maoli is priority, and that should be done. This should not be like a funnily, I don't know, just zero corruption, all corruption, pono, housing for the people. And that's always first. For the people, not the developers, not for anybody else, not for the people. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Alfred.
Aloha kakayaka, council and head of chair, Alpha Kakiona Maderas ko inoa. I'm in favor of this bill for affordable housing, but I personally believe more needs to be allocated, more than 2%. For the fact is, we're going through a housing crisis at this moment, especially for Kanaka Maoli, like the sister recently said, and we need to have more funds allocated to ensure that we do have homes for our people. You know, as Larry Graff was stating earlier, our people are moving day by day. It's no longer month to month. It's day by day. I see people leave all the time. It's my own family, you know, going through the same things all over on every island, right? You know, and affordable housing needs to be done properly. But my big concern is if it's going to be rezoned into a form of commercialism and tourism areas, right? Where they're going to have a little advantage and where big private contractors like Meridian Pacific going to come in and do their ways. You know, Larry Graff said properly, we need to keep it more local, keep it more locally organized. Man, I see Bernard Carvalho up there, you know what I mean? Mahalo for what you've been doing before in the past and mahalo for everything. And I know there's a way that you can get involved and to help with this and to ensure that the local people, especially like the local construction workers, to everybody gets their fair share in this. Because you know how it goes. It's always subbed out, outsourced. You know what I mean? We barely get our local Kanakas on there working anymore. So they got to look for different jobs. They're actually working in the hotels. You know what I mean? Catering to tourism. You know, we're slowly becoming the slaves to that system. You know, and we got to find a way to get away from it because that's the reason why we got to come back to the table and talk about affordable housing. What is affordable housing if the units start at 800,000? What is affordable homes if it starts at 1.3 million? It's not affordable. There's so many things that need to be changed. But like I said, I'm all in favor of this in this bill. For the fact is, we do need affordable housing. And a little bit may seem only that much to people, but it's something. It's better than nothing. You know, so I say 2% starting, but we need to do a lot more for the people, especially for Kauai. Kauai doesn't want to turn out to be like Oahu. As you can see, little by little, Kauai turned into Maui and Maui turned into Oahu. You know what I mean? And we got to keep Kauai to what it is. You know, people don't come to Kauai to see the big buildings like Waikiki and, you know, downtown Honolulu and all this stuff. They see the paradise that is untouched of our home. You know, and for the affordable housing, you know, where's it going to be put at after things get passed, right? Where is a certain location going to be at? You know, it's going to be more of a conflict of interest right there too, right? Because I'm sure locals don't want to be next to tourism. You know, like they don't want to be in that same location. So, again, mahalo for you guys' time. I could go on and on about this. You know what I mean? As the Kanaka Maoli is fighting for the Aina, that's seeing the desecration is happening in Koloa firsthand, seeing the Iwi Kupuna being desecrated in Hanalei. You know, it's just, it's a heavy topic, of course, about affordable housing when we can barely afford to live day by day, you know, in this life nowadays. You know, this is an overpriced paradise, and it's slowly pushing every single person, not only Kanaka Maoli and Hawaiians away, but every single local that's been born and raised here, where their family has roots here. Their family was, you know, working in the fields back in the days, right? So, I mean, we got to keep it local. And 2% is a beginning, you know, but affordable housing needs to go to the people who need it. It needs to be affordable. So mahalo for you guys' time. And I'll be speaking on the number 3 too after this. Mahalo, guys. Aloha.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on Zoom that didn't have a chance to speak that would like to speak? Okay, if not, if there's no further testimony, this public hearing is, Lonnie.
For the record, Lonnie Psychos. So I don't want what I'm about to say to be mistaken about my desire for housing to be created on this island for the people who work for a living. Where in the county charter or the state constitution is the county responsible for building housing for workforce? You get money, we get money from the federal government to build housing for specific groups of people, elderly, the poor, disabled, etc. These are all HUD stuff. In regards to the housing for the people that work, who built the housing in Detroit for the auto workers? Did the citizens of Detroit tax themselves in order to build housing so they could go to work at Ford and GM? No. Ford and GM funded the housing. And so the problem on Kauai is that for 30 years, your primary industry, who should have been either induced to build housing or taxed, which is the most horrible way to do it because you lose 40 or 50% of the money to having to pay the county to process and handle all the money. But the housing should have been built by the industry. This is what everyone's talking about is a Ponzi scheme. The last gentleman talking, how much can you pay and more in taxes to the county in order to build housing for yourself and your family? It doesn't make any sense. The working public on Kauai doesn't possess the capital to build this housing. And so all this talk about taxing us to build housing for ourselves is a Ponzi scheme and an insult to our intelligence. The money to build the housing has to come from the people that employ the labor. They're the ones with the capital. That's why they're here. We have how many billions of dollars in property appreciation because of the tourism industry? How many billions of dollars that we do not tax to build housing for the labor in the tourism industry? The money's there. The money is on Kauai today to build the housing. The county council lacks the political will to either tell the industry, build the housing, or we'll take the money from you and build the housing at fearful expense. The same with transportation. The tourism industry should haul them from the airport.
That's your first 3 minutes. Anyone else in the audience wishing to testify? And I will say, if you're going to address stuff, address it to the chair. You know, I don't want you to start picking out anyone that testified or any other council member. If you're going to do testimony, just address it directly to me.
Yes, sir.
So you can have your final 3 minutes.
So, my apologies to whoever, the gentleman and the people I've addressed personally. That is, in fact, the rules. So, the money's here. The money is on Kauai. It's sitting in the property appreciation. And so I totally agree. We're much better off having people from here involved in the development of the housing than going to these giant corporations that'll do things like give us water pipes from China that are filled with toxic material, and now we have a subdivision with toxic water in it. So I'm all for building housing, but you guys, every year with the budget, you can appropriate money. You don't have to have this bill. To me, you're just kicking the can down the road. It's like, oh, we don't want to take the political hits from the money people to get the money to build the housing, so we'll put it on the public. But for us to vote for 2% or whatever isn't going to solve the problem. Council chair, show me the spreadsheet, or ask the administration for the spreadsheet. If we do 5% a year, 10 years from now, how many completed units will there be? Right? This is why I say this is kick the can down the road in like a farce. If you get 5% a year for the next 10 years, how many units will be built? Not how much money will you have, how many units will be built. And so the more cooperation you get from the tourism industry, who owes us the housing, and the money they kick in today costs them nothing, because if they had built this housing 20 years ago, they would have had to spend cash 20 years ago, and instead they've had the use of their money for 20 years. And so with all the interest that they should have made off of investing their own money, today if they build housing, it's from the interest on the interest of the money they would have spent 20 years ago. And I'm not a finance guy at all, but I can see this clearly because this isn't my first county. This is my 7th county government in my life. These same problems everyone faces everywhere. But you got to get out of being locked in the boxes you're in. The money's here. Find it and get it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's no further testimony, this public hearing is now adjourned. Councilmember Evslin.
I'd like to call to order the public hearing for bill number 2871. Clerk, could you please read the notice of public hearing?
Notice is hereby given that the Council of the County of Kauai will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, July 20th, 2022 at 8:30 a.m. or soon thereafter in the Council Chambers, 4396 Rice Street in room 201 in the Historic County Building on bill number 2871, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 23, Article 4, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended relating to county business licenses. This bill proposes to amend Chapter 23, Article 4, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended by amending Section 23-4.1, County Business Licenses, to clarify that peddlers and concessionaires do not require a county license.
We did not receive any written testimony, and we don't have anyone registered to speak this morning. Is there anyone in the audience or on Zoom wishing to testify?
Yep, there is one person, Lonnie Cycles.
All right, Lonnie.
For the record, Lonnie Sykes. I'm going to ask basically the same thing I said last time I was here. We're creating an ordinance in which no vending is possible until the Parks Director holds public hearings for each activity. And so what's missing in this is to prohibit the county from issuing a permit, taking $100 from somebody and crooking them by giving them a permit to vend with not 1 square foot that they can vend on. So you need to stop, prevent the issuance of the permit until you come up with the rules that allows vending. This is just like, right now, if we sell a permit to vend, we're ripping off the person that buys it. It's not possible for them to sell anything anywhere until the parks comes up with rules. So within this thing, I don't know, staff understands how to do this, but you shouldn't be allowed to sell the permit until you're allowed to sell something with the permit. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to testify?
There's no one else.
All right, if there's no further testimony, this public hearing is now adjourned. I would like to call to the public hearing for bill number 2872. Clerk, could you please read the notice of public hearing?
Notice is hereby given that the Council of the County of Kauai will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, July 20th, 2022 at 8:30 a.m. or soon thereafter in the Council Chambers, 4396 Rice Street in room 201 in the Historic County Building on bill number 2872, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 5A, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended, relating to real property tax. This is for tiered residential investor and vacation rental tax classifications. The purpose of this bill is to amend the residential investor and vacation rental tax rate classifications to incentivize long-term rentals and to shift some of the financial burden of funding government services to those more capable of paying. It proposes to amend in part the definition of residential investor from that which has an assessed value of $1,300,000 or more to an assessed value of $1 million or more. Further, the bill creates a tiered rate system for properties classified as residential investor or vacation rental, which assigns taxes according to the valuation of the property. The three tiers are Tier 1, property valued at up to $1 million, Tier 2, property valued in excess of $1 million and up to $3 million, and Tier 3, property valued in excess of $3 million, based on the value.
Excuse me, Kalamai, can you improve the sound? Either speak slower and closer to the microphone. It's very echoey and you can barely hear for those of us on Zoom. Mahalo.
And Tier 3, property valued in excess of $3 million. Based on the value of a property, one or more tiered tax rates will apply.
We received written testimony on this, and we do have a number of speakers registered on Zoom. We'll start with Kyle Kettle. So all Zoom speakers, again, you'll have 6 minutes straight through, and you could please state your name for the record before you begin.
Hi, my name is Kyle Kettle. I just wanted to testify on Bill 2872. Previously, you'd mentioned problems with the county possibly having insolvency issues and looking for money to help with affordable housing and things like that. I just wanted to say that the high-end vacation rentals, they should be taxed at a much higher rate.
Sorry, Kyle, if it might just be
than just residential housing. This is an easy source of income.
Kyle.
They could.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Kyle, you were breaking up there in the beginning. If you could start over, state your name for the record again, and if you didn't mind beginning your testimony over again.
And Councilmember Evzen, we can hear him clearly on our end. So I'll let him go, and then if we cannot hear him clearly, then I'll let him know to restate what he has to say. But we can hear him clearly on our end.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Sorry, Kyle.
I just want to say I'm in favor of taxing these high-end vacation rentals at a higher rate. I think it's an easy source of money that could be used for things like creating affordable housing projects and things like that. And that's definitely a big problem, not just on Kauai, but all of the islands. And so I don't think that you should be giving these developers of these high-end vacation rentals favorable tax rates. If they aren't able to do their projects without a favorable tax rate on their property, then it's just not needed. It's not necessary for your guys' county, and also it's taking away land in areas that could be used to create those affordable housing projects. So I think it's just something that should be looked at by the council, and that there should be the residential tax rate should just be the start for them. There should be additional taxes levied on them for creating creating high-end rental housing that's going to generate a lot of income for them. So that's all I wanted to say on that.
Okay, thank you, Kyle, for your testimony. Next registered speaker is Kiara Lorenzo Rodriguez.
Hello, can you folks hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Perfect.
Okay, sorry, excuse me. My name is Kiara Lorenzo Rodriguez for the record, and today I'm testifying against approving high-end value vacation rentals to be in the same tax bracket as residential. I don't believe this is a real solution for housing crisis, especially on Kauai. We want to make sure that these residentials are the people who are actually living in their home. If we look at the definition of residential, it's used as a place where one actually lives, and these vacation rentals don't actually live there. They're just profiting so much more. So I can't allow that to happen, especially to my local families who are trying so hard just to stay there. I also believe that they should be taxed higher, because we can therefore, like the man before me stated, we can make more money on them. And we should honestly, they should have an impact fee and what they're doing to impact the local communities, especially with these agricultural zones then turned commercial. There should be some type of monies that go into creating new gardens or food. We know we're in a food shortage. 93% of our food is coming shipped in, which is a real problem. And then they want to talk about hog stop, and this money can probably go into paying hunters, to go in and help with the pig problems that they're having located, especially in these high tourism industries or with these private properties. Just a few kind of things that I see as real strategies that would benefit the people of Kauai. Mahalo.
Thank you, Kiara, for your testimony. Just to clarify, I'm a council representative who, committee chair for the Finance and Economic Development Committee, and that the bill does not do as you stated. It just it doesn't change the definition of the vacation rental tax rate. It just creates 3 separate tiers so that higher value vacation rentals and residential investor homes, which are vacant homes, could be taxed at theoretically higher rates. So it doesn't change how we define a vacation rental.
Okay, thank you.
Next registered speaker that we have is Tara Rojas.
Aloha. Yes, and I'm all for, taxing these vacation rentals at a higher rate. However, I do have the issue with even the fact that these vacation rentals, are allowed to, if I'm mistaken, you can clarify, but to be considered as like at these residential definitions or residential wording, classification. And so my issue again is just this, the 5,000 vacant properties, right there, that's an issue. So you gotta look back further, like at how this, came about. Why is it that there's so much housing being sold to, in first place, these people who can invest in like a vacation rental? That's part of like this tied in with all like the other resolutions, with all of the housing issues. So have you thought of, tackling that as well? For example, stopping these developments, luxury developments that, they're contributing to this, not into the desecration of the Aina and the Navai. And, it's all tied in. This whole housing issue is tied in. That when will you all be able to stop, relook at the history, relook at this, and find a way, just basically, whether through the increase in these taxes for like vacation rentals, but the fact that there's so many vacation rentals and empty houses there in the first place. And look at where we're at now, that there's going to be more from what you're developing right at this moment. So just again, affordable housing available for local Kamaina and Kanaka Maoli, and also the issue that there are so many vacation rentals, that there's so many developers coming in, there's so many like luxury housing, there's so many empty houses. All of that you have to take account and to take a look at. And like I said, I'm not the tax the money person, but just know that what you all decide has had an effect through all these years. So just again, please do what's pono. Please do what's right for those who are from this Aina. Mahalo.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next registered speaker, we have somebody on an iPad, an unknown name. If you could state your name for the record, and you'll have 6 minutes.
They may not be there, Councilmember Evslin, or they might just be watching. We can move on and then maybe come back to them if anything.
Okay, iPad person, if you come back, let us know later. We can get you testifying at the end here. Next registered speaker is Alfred Medeiros.
Aloha, my kako, Alfred Kakahona Medeiros. Yeah, this I'm against the proposed amendment of Bill H 2872. Sounds like rezoning to me. That's what it does. That's why it sounds like rezoning. It sounds like a process that'll give them a way to rezone in certain areas as well. We need to start taxing, like how many other people say, we need to start taxing these hotel industries, this tourism industry. You know, as they've been taxing us as Kanaka Maoli, as Hawaiians, as local people in many different ways. Taking land that's for them, you know, that's not for them. You know, basically. This is kind of like tongue twister. I don't know what you call a residential investor. You know, it's like, it sounds crazy because, you know, you guys get one of the biggest residential investors that owns majority of the island, and Mark Zuckerberg over there, right? So what doesn't stop him from doing a lot of other things with this type of stuff, right? It kind of gives him more of an advantage instead of like prohibiting the change that's happening in Hawaii. The reason why we're going through a housing crisis and going through all this process and people homeless, people moving, is because we're letting the outside come in and dictate the way we live in Hawaii now. We're giving him the open market where these guys don't even live here, right? There needs to be more laws that need to be implemented and changed in that way to stop people from coming over and buying up the land, buying up the homes, because we cannot even afford it as Kanaka Maoli and as Hawaiians. So what makes it right for outside people just to come in and change the way we live over here for their own personal, you know, residents? They're just residents. Majority of them, these residential investors, they're not even residents on a yearly basis. They come one time a year during the summertime, and they don't live here anymore. The real residents are the people of this Hawaii, of Kauai, of Oahu, of Maui, of Mokuokeawe, of Molokai, of Lanai. You know what I mean? Like that's the truth of it, right there. We got to get away of trying to help out the tourism industry and these investors, because it seems like we give them the green light to do things as they wish. Look at Koloa, for instance. DPP messed up. Shifty messed up. It's just, you know what I mean? So it's just, so who do we blame? In the end, the county gets blamed for this kind of stuff. The city council, the members on the board gets, you know, blamed for this, because we don't know who to turn to. Who gets to point the finger at who? You know what I mean? This is the kind of stuff that happens when we start giving the handout to the outside. You know what I mean? Here you guys go, yeah, mahalo for what? What are they doing for us? They're not doing nothing for the local people besides pushing us away. We got to keep this local, keep it Hawaii for Hawaiians, and keep Hawaii for the people of Hawaii. And the way we're going to do that, we got to start taxing these guys way more. Don't take it away from them. Don't give them a little bit change in their tax bracket. They don't care. They don't care about nothing about the people of Hawaii. They only care about the money. You know what I mean? You guys listening to the people and the concerns, I hope, you know, because the people that have been listening and been watching, they've been paying attention. And I know you guys see nowadays that the FBI is paying attention too. So the corruption is going down in Hawaii. Little by little, people are getting caught for their crooked ways. So we just need to make sure everything is porno and properly done for the people of Hawaii. And to the brother that talked to me earlier about that first number one, I appreciate you talking about that, sir. I agree with you completely on what you're saying. And mahalo for you guys' time. I appreciate you guys, you know, doing this for us, giving us a chance to speak up. I'm not too sure if we're speaking upon deaf ears, but at least we get to speak up. Mahalo. Hello.
Thank you, Alfred, for your testimony. And just again to clarify, the bill does not actually rezone anything. It just creates the possibility of different tax rates for higher value vacation rental and residential investor properties. Our next testifier is Shai Olores.
Aloha, can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Aloha, can everyone hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yep, we can.
Aloha, o kale aloha, o ku'upu uwai, ko'ui noa, no Hawaii, no Kauai maiau, no hoa ma kalaheo. I'm here today to testify against this bill, honestly, I'm just here because I saw it on Instagram and I was like, damn, this is a part of where I live. I want to have a say in this, and I want to see what other people say about this too. Because every day as a single parent, I work 2 jobs to try and support my household of 2, and I struggle to go to work in Kapa'a from Kalaheo just to make ends meet. And every day I pass I pass on the highway going to the county building, and I see so many homeless people and in the bushes. And I know that is our Kanaka, that's our people, that is, you know, grandmas, aunties, uncles, aunties that don't have money to pay the rent. And it's just like, damn, we're over here talking about like possibly raising the rent for people that don't live here and vacation rentals and stuff, or like raising taxes for these people. It's a no-brainer. Obviously, we need to do this. We're in a crisis. We're in a housing crisis. I am 30 years old. How am I ever gonna be able to buy a home in Hawaii, on Kauai, here where we have the oldest island, and we have people like Zuckerberg and other billionaires? We have 30 billionaires here scooping up land, eating up our aina, leaving nothing for us, for our generation, my generation, the generation under me, my keiki. What are we gonna have if we don't start to look at these issues? This tax should be super high for the people who don't live here. It should be very high. It should be high enough that we can create a pu'u honua for these homeless kanaka, for all the kama'aina that cannot afford housing here anymore. This is getting more prevalent and more prevalent. You turn on the radio and there is rent help offerings. You look everywhere and there's homeless people everywhere. And then you go down to Koloa and they continue to bomb our burial caves and desecrate our aina for greed, all for greed. And it's just very, very heartbreaking to see this as a Kanaka, to see this as a Wahine, to see this as somebody who stands for our aina. And it's just so heartbreaking. I hope they raise the taxes exponentially for these non-residents, for these visitors, in all aspects, not just for housing, but in all aspects. All visitors should have a higher tax for everything that they purchase on our aina, not just for their home, for everything, for every single thing. They should be taxed more than us. How are we ever gonna make it? How can we ever survive? How can we ever be on our aina? How can we ever be Kanaka if we allow these foreigners, these malihini, to come here and dictate how we live, dictate if we will be servants for the rest of our lives, being servants to tourism, being servants to foreigners in our own homelands, being kicked out of our ways, being shunned and looked down upon because we have to live in the bushes, because we have no other choice. We cannot afford. The land is being scooped up left and right. It's just very heartbreaking. And I'm just so thankful to have this opportunity to speak on this. And I feel in my na'au that, you know, we are making a change, even though we have just this small platform and it might fall on deaf ears. I feel lucky to stand up for my future generations and my past generations as well, and give my mana'o and give my input and put my feelings out here, because everyone should. Everyone is affected by this. Everyone is affected by outside influences. If you have gone to the Lihue airport, you have seen the many, probably about 20 to 50 signs advertising Ka'uanoe o Koloa, which we have a court date today at 1 o'clock at the Lihue courthouse if anyone wants to come. This is a huge issue. We are continuing to displace Kanaka by building more for foreign investment and not for our own people. This displaces so many and continues to. We need to stop this, and this is only the first step in doing so. So thank you to the County of Kauai for listening to our concerns. And I really, really hope that you folks, I don't see any person in the county that is my age, and that is scary to me, because I feel like people that are there now, the generations are going to be different. Are these people really looking at future generations? Please do look at the future generations, and look at how we are already currently affected. There are so many youth and so many young people literally suicidal, killing themselves, that's going unreported because of this, because of these issues, because we have no place, because we have no place to call home. We are killing ourselves because of this. This is a real issue. And raising the taxes for foreigners, that's just one small piece. Please do that. And please use that money for creating a pu'uhonua, creating rehabilitation centers, creating spaces for displaced Kanaka. There should be no homeless Kanaka in Hawaii. This is our home. We need to take it back. Mahalo for your time. Aloha.
That's your 6 minutes. Thank you.
Hey, yo, Tita.
Thank you, Shai, for your testimony. Our last online registered speaker is the unknown on the iPad. Hello, just please state your name for the record, and you will have 6 minutes.
Go ahead. You can begin. Just state your name for the record. The person on the iPad, you can state your name for the record and you can begin your testimony. You're on mute right now. You gotta unmute.
Brother Cal, you gotta unmute, cuz.
Unmute.
Okay, we can hear you now. So just state your name for the record.
My turn. All right. Okay. My name is Kafu Stanton Jr. from Island Wow. Too much desecration going on. Too much guys going back and forth with each other. We need to come together and do the right things for the people, not for the guys who don't live here. If anything, we should tax them, like you guys say. Because you guys taxing us is retarded. You guys should be taxing those guys. Our gas prices going crazy, higher in the sky. The food is retarded. I go to the 7-Eleven, no more even bottled water sometimes on the shelf. You know what I mean? They don't want to poison our waters because all this crap. But, going off the subject, but, it's just like you guys just poisoning us. You poisoning our mind, poisoning our soul, but it's like it's taking everything away from us and not giving nothing back. When are we going to start getting stuff back? Can you guys answer that question? No. Because you know why? You're not doing nothing to get our shit back. You got to step up to the table. You guys got to step up to the table. I get Billy over there because I support Billy on you guys' council. I talk to him once in a while on these issues. He give me the manner for come on top here. Him, Brother Jerry, Tara, they give me the manner for coming up here and speak. So I just find out about all this kind of stuff, yeah. And I just I stepped away from it because it's too hard for me, too heartbreaking to hear all this kind of stuff. And hurts me and upsets me. You know what I mean? Upsets a lot of people in the community, all the communities, all the islands. That we as Kanaka, we're getting left behind. It's time for you guys to do something for the Kanaka. Not with the outsiders, but you guys supporting them, and you got to support the Kanaka. It's like people leaving the island because they don't feel wanted over here anymore. We got to go work, to afford to live and work. You should be over here on this around big island, Molokai, Lanai, Kauai.
Sir, you have 30 more seconds. You could wrap up your testimony, please.
But for the good. Right now, it's not for the good. We got to start doing good and doing better for Keiki. Me, my voice is for the Keiki. I don't speak for myself. I speak for the Keiki who know more on voice. They cannot speak for themselves. That's why us older ones, us kapunas and Anakala, the Anekas is over here speaking up today. So yeah, you know, yeah, just my heart's full, but when we're gonna make things right, you're gonna say people kids suicide this stuff. I understand. I know exactly what you're talking about. Shy girl, I know. Because I was one of them before. I was like that. I wanted to hurt myself sometimes because I couldn't do nothing to help my people. It hurt me so bad. And thank goodness to Kauai, he kept me here. This must be a reason why I'm still alive. So with that being said, you guys will have a blessed day. God bless you all. Be Pono. Aloha.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Looks like we have one more registered speaker online. Jarek.
Hello, everybody. First of all, Council, thank you for your time. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to voice ourselves. And my name is Jarek Medeiros Garcia. I come from Mokuoke'awe, the Big Island. I'm very aware of what's going on around my Aina, my Vai, my people. I just wanted to share some Mana'o with you guys. You know, right now, everybody's up for their seats right here in the Big Island. And I've been making moves here to make sure that we replace the county council members that is not being pono and listening to the people. You know, I know you guys are in a hard place at times, but just take a look at what's really happening around us, yeah? This last week, we had waves hitting buildings on the shoreline of the Big Island, right? Covering these condominiums that is not the Hawaiians ones, you know, it's like it's the outside investors, you know. They're, you know, and as the county council, you guys can make big moves. I know for a fact because I've been paying attention here on the Big Island, watching how people vote, you know. They've been putting up their whatever they got in the budget set. For instance, like here on the Big Island, we got 25 miles of road that the county can redo. Yeah, so my last name is Medeiros Garcia. Sorry about that, guys. But anyway, you know, they're doing trades behind the closed doors, and nobody's watching this. But I'm there inside there watching how these guys are dealing their 2.5 miles of road for their votes. You know, so you know, take a look at what's happening now. We got damages happening. People's lives are being crushed. Weddings are being damaged. Why? Too close to the Vai, too close to the ocean, right? Ramakai. Now, thing is, all our voices that, you know, we got to remember, majority rules, first and foremost. Majority rules. Like, you know, you got these landowners or these investors coming into Hawaii. The people's voices. If we come together and we get 12 people versus developer, that's majority people. The people is majority. You know, like we watching now. I'm so glad that majority of these people that is on this line today is they're activated. You know, they're activated. So now their kuleana is to watch how you guys vote. You know, you guys' hearts might be in the right place. You guys might be thinking it's the right thing, but majority rules. So I'm not trying to take anything away from you guys. I just want to let you guys know that we're watching. Everybody now is starting to get activated. Now you guys can notice we'll get more people in you guys' meetings. They're watching you guys. If you guys enjoy your job and you guys think you guys doing what is pono, then hey, these people that are giving you guys feedback, they're gonna be telling you guys doing a good job. But if you guys doing it for private interest, then you guys might want to think about listening to the people. The fact that look, you guys talk about taxing these homeowners, right? Some ideas, solutions. You know, I get some ideas and solutions on what can do. Sure, you guys are welcome. These people that move here to the islands, they're welcome into our communities. We welcome them with open arms. But when they start making moves of, they're gonna build a $3 million house in a place where the home around them is worth $250,000, then guess what? Why not have them pay for everybody's land tax and make them know that, hey, you know what? You guys want to build a $3 million house? That's your decision. But when it's time to sell it, you cannot sell it for more than your neighbors are worth. You know, hey, keep them fair for the people of Hawaii. You know, this is, we're not here to push our people out. These are your guys' supporters when you guys do right. You know, like that. When you do wrong, please listen. Me, I talk upon deaf ears in the Hawaii County Council. Why? Because I come forward with the truth. My tongue is a double-bladed sword. I cut them up with the truth. They don't like to hear the truth. But you know what? That's my kuleana. And listen, I never looked for this kuleana. This kuleana found me. Now, you know, I appreciate you guys' time, but there's a lot of solutions to moving forward with outside entities or outside interests coming into your guys' county. Hey, Kauai only so small, you know. Hey, love the land, love the people even more. You know what I mean? There is options, you guys. I'm more than happy to sit with you guys and share my. We all should be at this table to share our feedback on solutions that we got for our counties. Now, I appreciate you guys. Thank you for getting the time to speak. I'm mahalo all you guys, and please move forward with Pono hearts, Pono minds, Pono ears, and listen to the people, because you know what? We all love you guys. You know, hey, for real. You know, here in Hawaii, you know, when you guys start talking about sustainability, it's not self-sustainability. We need to encourage community sustainability. The fact that, you know, here in Hawaii, we think of the next person. Okay, like, please, thank you guys for your guys' time. You guys have a blessed day. Ahui ho, malama pono.
Thank you, Jarek, for your testimony. Our next speaker is Lillian Sarmiento.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Mahalo. Kauai noa is Lillian. I would like to give my gratitude and thankfulness to be speaking and have my voice and have due diligence here. I would like to speak on the bill number 2872 for, I don't know which section it is, but part H, that it states about the owners of the vacation rentals being in the next tax bracket for residential. And for Kauai, it is very much where we're geared, where everybody is hearing like, oh, we need to be self-sustainable, we need to be self-sufficient. And in 2020, I finally graduated from HUD. 2020 in the pandemic, I graduated, finally being family self-sufficient. 2020, right? How am I supposed to use that money that I worked 5 years for? My goal was to be a homeowner. That was my top goal. I have 2 kids, right? My husband works in the industry for hotel, the tourism industry. We set our goals high. We said, okay, we're going to be full-time workers. I'm a homemaker now. I have to take care of my kids because there's no daycare, there's no maternity leave, but yet you want to put these tax brackets and change that. We had to drive from Waimea. We used to live in Waimea, the district of Kona, and it was 17 miles away from my husband's job every day. So we got taxed on gas, taxed on food, taxed on our car, because obviously we got to pay for the road infrastructure, right? And then now, like with this, but our main focus, my goal was to be a homeowner. But with our income, with all of this, and then now, like, I'm hearing about this new tax bracket from commercial to for vacation rentals to residential, it's not fair. That's not self-sufficient. And I would like all my mahalo to one who opposed this bill, which is Bill DeCosta. Mahalo, you got my vote. And I mahalo you because you heard our voice and you opposed this kind of thing because you weren't going to continue the displacement and the further push-outs of us. There's many of us that is like this. Generations who are still like on HUD or looking for help, but we are trying to set goals and move away from that because we do not want to be overlord, and we want to have self-sufficiency. And that's what our kids are going to hear is more self-sufficiency, more independence. We're going to start growing our own food. We're going to start not seeking all of these like handouts. We're not here for handouts anymore. We're here to do the work. And that's what I did for 5 years. Mahalo.
Hey, oh, Tito.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Leo Mana, their next testifier.
Hey, aloha kako. My name is Ron Iwane Leomana Turaldi. I'm a current commissioner here on the Big Island. My family is a longtime resident, 1,500 years of Kauai. My uncle is the kahuna of the navigational heiau out there. I just wanted to jump in here and give my support and just speak my mind. You know, the land that we have down there in Kauai is very sacred, and we're doing the same things over here in on the Big Island with lava tubes and trying to deal with all of these people coming in and building resorts on our beaches. And I understand that the tourism industry is Hawaii's cash crop right now. And in Hilo, we're trying to, I guess, transition into a different style of tourism where we give them more responsibility and kuleana. And I wanted to just bring that up and let you guys know that I know tourists, you know, they cause a lot of problems here, and I don't know what to do. But one thing we're doing here in Hawaii County is to implement new tourism ways. And when the tourists come and we give them responsibility, we make them get involved and work for our community. And, you know, if that's something you guys can look into on Kauai, hopefully that can help. I don't know how to help the situation over there. It kind of seems like everyone is just crooked, and you know, the state is kind of selling out, and it hurts my feelings to see all of us hurting, even you guys. But I just wanted to give my opinion. I hope everything over there is okay. The community is safe, and you guys have unity in the value of Ohana. Mahalo for letting me speak. Aloha.
Thank you, Leomana, for your testimony. Next speaker is Travis. Travis, are you there?
Oh. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to share, you know, I live on Oahu, but I don't know exactly what's going on, but it seems that you're trying to build or something or tax the land. And I'm for it, yeah, not for the building or whatever, but yeah, if you guys are building, then, you know, tax as much as possible to, you know, like the other sister said, to help the Kanakas, you know, the Hawaiians, or even the people just living here to, you know, be able to afford the house or even just the rent, and just give us a shot first before, you know, we let people in. And, you know, even Oahu is already crowded with all the traffic, but I mean, just do whatever you guys can do that's best, you know, for the people that are suffering. And, you know, we just trust in Jesus and God, and, you know, we give you guys you know, we trust you guys to make the right decisions. That's whatever is best for the people. So we thank you guys for all that you guys are doing. In Jesus' name, be blessed. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis, for your testimony. Our next registered speaker is Amber.
Aloha, hi, can you hear me?
Aloha, we can hear you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amber Thronis, and I was just interested in hearing from Mr. DaCosta and his position on being that he's the only one that was against, to hear a little more on that. So I would yield my time for him to speak, if that's possible.
Thank you, Amber. It's a public hearing, so there's no council deliberation today. So we will be deliberating at the next council meeting in committee on this.
And when will that be? Just for clarification and for general knowledge for everyone listening.
August 3rd.
Sorry, did you hear that? August 3rd?
Yes, I heard that now. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more online speakers on Zoom wishing to testify? Is there anyone in the audience wishing to testify?
Lonnie.
All right, Lonnie.
For the record, Lonnie Psychos. It's my great pleasure to agree with Councilmember DaCosta, if I can say that, in my objection to this. And my objection is based upon the term residential investor. So I'm a homeowner. Like something like 98% of all homeowners in the United States, the largest investment of my life is the equity in my house. And so I'm an investor as a statement of reality and as intent. Like I bought a house because I want the equity, not my landlord, if I rent. So I'm a residential investor. I have the terms like, it's like camouflage, because what you're talking, the structures you're talking about aren't a residence if you use Webster's definition of a residence. They're temporary accommodations like a hotel, which means they're a business activity. And so in Hawaii, because of our tourists coming in the old days by ship and then by airplane, we ended up with a differentiation somehow between a regular, normal 7-Eleven business activity and all the tourism activities that equally are simply business activities. And so this whole phrasing, the wording of residential investor implies that this thing's actually a house to be used as a residence, which it's not. It's a motel that people drive up to and stay a few days and get in their car and drive away from. It literally is a motel. You go to the mainland where they have motels and they have motel zoning. These places are motels and they should be taxed as businesses, not as residences. And so tax the hell out of them is what I say. Make the taxation competitive with like the West Coast. Right? How many people I know here on island that are residents elsewhere because they would get hammered by their taxes and the taxes are cheap here relative to being out of state. And so that all needs to be addressed, but you need to address the language in this so that these units are not discussed as housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Lonnie. Is there any further testimony? All right, I just want to provide one last time some clarification on the bill, as I think there is some broad misunderstanding.
Excuse me, if there's no other testimony, I have one quick question.
And again, there's no deliberation today.
You said August 3rd is the next meeting.
Of the bill itself, it simply creates three different tiers. For the residential investor and the vacation rental property tax rate, meaning that those tax rates at $1 million and $3 million valued homes can be taxed at higher property tax rates. And so the intention of the bill, as stated in the findings, is to incentivize long-term rentals and shift some of the financial burden of funding government services to those more capable of paying. That's all it does. It doesn't rezone. It doesn't lump in residential properties with these other things. It just creates three tiers within these existing property tax rates. And again, we'll have lots of deliberation at the August 3rd committee meeting. And we'll speak more to it at that point. Any other speakers online? Anybody else in the audience wishing to testify? All right, seeing no further testimony, this public hearing is now adjourned.
Yes, actually, may I have a
I'd like to
question?
call to order the council
Excuse me.
meeting for Wednesday, July 20th. Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Carvalho,
Here.
Councilmember Chalk,
Here.
Councilmember Cowden,
Here.
Councilmember DeCosta,
Here.
Councilmember Evslin,
Here.
Councilmember Kuali'i,
Present.
Council Chair Kanashiro,
Present.
7 present.
Next up is approval of the agenda. May I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve. Second.
Received no written testimony. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify on the agenda? Seeing none. Any questions or discussion from the members? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Next up is the minutes.
Next item are the minutes of the following meetings of the council: the July 6, 2022 council meeting and the July 6, 2022 public hearing regarding bill number 2868, 2869, and bill number 2870.
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
We have a second.
Second.
Received no written testimony on this item. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify on this? Anyone on Zoom? If not, any questions or discussion from the members? All those in favor
Yes.
signify by saying
Aloha.
aye. Oh, hello?
Hi.
Aye.
Aloha. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Are you wishing to
I
testify
do have
on
a
the
question,
minutes?
you know. Hello?
Yeah. Are you wishing to testify on the minutes?
No, I have just a question to clarify. So the next meeting is August 3rd, and when is there, if there is any opportunity available for like a discussion with the community instead of just only testifying, hearing from you, and then something gets passed? When is there like any like town hall or discussion for whether a county council meeting or a planning commission meeting? When does that ever happen? Where what people have been testifying and what the council member just said right now, you know, regarding to clarify the bill. How does this all work where a discussion can occur?
If you want to leave your phone number and your email address, we can have staff contact you or a council member contact you, and we can tell you the procedures for the council meeting. But August 3rd is when it's going to come up. There's going to be a public hearing for the public to speak on it, and that's when the council members are going to discuss the bill further. But if you have any further questions, please leave your name and number and your email address, and we'll contact you.
Okay, so like there's never really like a sit down session with the community and the council members to discuss these things. That's never how it works. That's part of how these meetings are held.
Council members can meet with the public anytime throughout the week. Anytime a member wants to meet with them, they can meet with them. That's how it works. Public hearing is a time when the public can testify on the item at hand, specifically to that agenda item. And then ultimately it's the council members' decision in committee what they want to do with the bill, if they want to amend it, if they want to vote it down, if they want to vote it forward.
Okay, so there's no sit down with the community, sit down with the whole council and talk and discuss?
Not for every agenda item, but again, you know, if you want to leave your name and number, someone can talk to you about this, about what you're asking. But right now is not the appropriate time for us to be going back and forth on the procedures of the county council meeting. It's actually holding up the meeting right now. So please leave your name or contact info, and we can contact you after the meeting. We're on the minutes. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Chair, next item is an item on the consent calendar for receipt C2022-155.
Receipt for the record.
May I have a second? Can I get a second?
Second.
Received no written testimony on this item. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify? I'll suspend the rules. Lonnie?
This is for the reappointment to the Board of Ethics?
Yeah. For John Lakowitz.
For the record, Lonnie Sykos.
And we do, let me just say this, we do have his resolution later on in the agenda, and we'll incorporate your testimony into his resolution also.
And would you rather me speak now or later? It makes no difference to me.
It's up to you if you want to speak on it now. Right now, it's just a consent calendar. If you want to wait for the resolution, which comes up later.
I prefer now because you have time to reflect on what I say. My understanding of when you get on a board, for the record, Lonnie Sykos, when you get on a board or commission in this county, there's a process of training, which is primarily to protect the county from inappropriate public statements or activities by the board members and introduction to Robert's Rules of Order. But there is not training in what it is the board itself is supposed to do. And so my question for this candidate is, what informs his perception of ethics? And so this is a very critical question to the public because he's going to determine ethical behavior for for government officials, and government officials have protections that ordinary citizens do not have. So, for instance, if the government can demonstrate that there was a past pattern of behavior, even if the behavior was criminal, so long as the prosecution cannot prove that they knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that what they were doing was criminal, they have an absolute defense against criminal prosecution or civil suits based upon the fact that it's the past practice of the government. This has occurred many, many times in this government, and I will address, I believe it was the 5 audits that were performed when we had a public auditor. My question for the person for the Ethics Committee is, what informs your ethics? Because it's entirely possible that something I would consider unethical, like having personal possession of public property, and that I'm allowed to have it, dispose of it, because it was past practice that people had always done this. Thus, I haven't done anything wrong, but is it ethical? And so, can something be legal and unethical, is my question, within the practices of government officials? And will he use the Ethics Commission as a bully pulpit, or will they be mute and wait for the public to make accusation of unethical behavior, or will the Ethics Commission be proactive?
Honey, that's your first 3 minutes. Anyone in the
My last
anyone else
three,
in the
too.
audience wishing to testify? Thank you. Alice.
Alice Barker, for the record. I think Lonnie brings up good points. We've obviously seen some horrendous ethical problems in this county. We don't want it to continue, and we want to make sure that ethics is clearly defined. Thank you.
That testimony will be incorporated into the reso. Anyone else in the audience? Lonnie, your second 3. Anyone on Zoom wishing to testify? Seeing none, I'll call this meeting back to order. Any questions or discussion from the members? If not, all those in favor of receipt signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Next item is communications. Communication C2022-156. Communication from the Director of Finance requesting council approval to accept the terms contained in the standard terms and conditions of the TREP Incorporated contract for real property assessments to provide the county with data and analytics of appraisal data such as comparable property data, benchmarks, historical financials, appraised values, and property subtypes.
To approve.
Second.
We received no written testimony on this item. Do we have any questions from the members? I'll suspend the rules. Councilmember Cowden.
Hi, thank you, Reiko. I just basically want a very simple understanding of our relationship with TREP. Is it essentially a software and we utilize their software, or is it that they actually, I know we have like 36,000 properties, a lot to assess. If they basically scan all the data and give us a starting point for that assessment, what's our relationship like that with them structured like?
Rico Matsuyama, Finance Department. Yeah, sure. Thank you for the question. So TREP is, yes, it's software based. It's all web based. So we're just going to have a login basically to their information. And it's basically just provides us information. It's powerful stuff, powerful information that we can use to help our assessors in commercial, industrial, and resort type properties. It does not, it won't help us at all with residential.
Okay, so it is those higher end properties. And so is it basically we put in parameters in it? Do they send, like who goes and assesses the property? Like maybe it doesn't need to be assessed. I mean, do we ever talk to somebody from TREP, or is it just we have the software?
We just have the software. So our assessors are still going to be being the ones doing the assessments. But it will help us in defending those assessments at the Board of Review and potentially State Tax Board as well.
And is this a new contract? Is this a new software for us? So we're stepping into a whole new pathway.
Great. That's correct. Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember DeCosta.
Yeah. Hi, Rico. I want you to explain a little bit more for me personally and for the people watching. You mentioned that the residential assessment appraised values would not be affected. This is more for commercial resort. I was a little worried with our local families having a home that's worth in the building approximately $300,000 to $500,000, living next to a property that someone from the mainland moved over in a year and built a $2 million mansion. You know, I'm worried that our local people in their residential homes assessed value would rise, and it only helps if we're going to sell a property. It doesn't help if you got to pay taxes and keep the property in our family. So can you explain it won't affect the residential properties? Can you explain that?
And just to be clear, this is not going to change how we appraise any properties. This is just a tool, like another tool in the toolbox that we can use to help us defend our valuations. And yeah, it gives us access to like commercial data, financial information, appraisals, those kinds of things that we wouldn't otherwise have at our disposal.
But you're saying you're not going to use the data against residential homes to increase.
They don't. TREP doesn't provide any residential data.
Thank you for that, Rico.
Any other questions from the members? If not, I'll call the meeting back to order. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Anyone on Zoom? If not, any final discussion from the members? All those in favor? Oh, Councilmember Cowden.
I'm encouraged to learn about this, and then just my standard question I ask regularly, have we broached it with like Hawaii Lodging and Tourism Association or any of our resort partners, just to let them know that we're having an update in how we manage our assessment pathways? You know, it's always to me good when they're aware that we're making a change, whoever might be impacted. What might be accurate for us is, let's just say a resort is worth a lot more than we think it is, or maybe it's worth a percentage less. one would expect when we improve our process by using comparable data that there would be a difference. Otherwise, we wouldn't be investing in this software. But I think it's always good if the people or the entities affected by our choices are made aware of it. So, yeah, I think that might really be a question for RACO, I suppose. But I guess it's a question for RACO. So are they aware that we're making a change, and is there a pathway for helping their awareness?
Yeah, again, it's not changing anything. We're gonna continue to appraise them as we always have, but it's just more information that we wouldn't have otherwise had when we are developing the valuation.
I get that, but I mean, we're doing it because it's going to make us better at what we're doing, right? We wouldn't bother if it didn't make us better. So I was just curious if there's anybody from that organization that we've just let them know that we're doing it.
No, we have not told anybody.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Call the meeting back. Any further questions? If not, I'll call the meeting back to order. Any further discussion from the members? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Next item.
Next item is C 2022-157, communication from the Chief of Police, Deputy Chief of Police, and Elliot K., Assistant Chief of Patrol Services Bureau, requesting council approval to receive and expend recurring state funds in the amount of $201,306, which funds 3 emergency services dispatcher positions for the first quarter, with a total anticipated amount for the fiscal year of $402,612, and approval to indemnify the State of Hawaii Department of Health Emergency Medical Services and Injury Prevention System branch for the contracted period of July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023.
Move to approve.
Second.
Received no written testimony on this item. Do we have any questions from the members? I'll suspend the rules. Councilmember Cowden.
I just have a very simple question. First of all, I appreciate getting state funding. It stretches our money further. This pays for, does it pay the complete salaries, it looks like, for those 3 dispatchers? I'm trying to remember how many dispatchers we have. Is it about 12 or more, 15? I mean, this is just a percentage, is that correct, of what our total cost is?
Video, I mean, I don't want to be on.
Good morning, Chair, Councilmember Cowden, Chief Raybuck on the record. This is a recurring grant that we receive from the state that does fund those 3 positions. I have Assistant Chief K from Patrol Services Bureau that oversees the dispatch center also online so that he can answer that question for you.
Thank you.
Hi, Councilmember Cowden. To your question, we have 19 dispatcher positions. I believe we have 1 current vacancy in there. This grant is used to fund the entry-level dispatcher positions, and once they become permanent, that's when we start funding them. And these funds can also be used for fund shortages because of vacancies. That's what the state allows us to do.
Okay, thank you. That completes my interest in that question. Thank you for all that you do and for getting this extra funding for the entry-level people.
Any further questions from the members? If not, anyone in the audience wishing to testify on this item? Anyone on Zoom? Call this meeting back to order. Any final discussion from the members? Okay, if not, all those in favor of approval signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Next item is on page 2, C 2022-158, communication from the Deputy Planning Director, requesting council approval to receive and expend federal state funds for the Hawaii Coastal Zone Management Program in the amount up to $354,947 and to indemnify the state of Hawaii in accordance with the state of Hawaii general conditions for administering the program. This recurring pass-through grant will be utilized to continue the implementation of the CZM program on Kauai commencing July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023 and be expended on salaries, wages, travel, equipment, and supplies for the CZM program, specifically for the implementation and enforcement of the Special Management Area rules and regulations of the County of Kauai and shoreline setback provisions of Chapter 8 Kauai County Code 1987 as amended.
Move to approve.
Second.
We received no written testimony on this item. Do we have any questions from the members? I'll suspend the rules. Councilmember Cowden.
Thank you. I know this is a recurring grant, so I just have very simple questions. One, thank you for the schedule on the budget. What does CBA stand for?
The collective bargaining agreements.
Okay.
So to the fringe related to those positions.
And then these 4 positions, are they fully funded by this state monies? Or do we pay a portion of any of it?
They are fully funded by the state. I mean the CZM grant.
Okay, and then those job positions are fully dedicated to just this coastal zone management?
Their primary duties are to implement the CZM program and specifically the SMA and the shoreline setback. Of course, they also do support in general the planning department and its various functions, but that is the primary duties of those positions.
And I thought this last weekend or this last couple days was a really good example of why it's important when we've had this king tide in Poipu. The Kona footage was really incredible. Is the county goals, do they shift or are they evolving? Like these job functions, they probably, my guess is that they adapt as we have events such as that. It seems like we haven't had that washout like that since the hurricane. It's been a long time.
Right. Yeah, it was definitely a notable event. There is definitely discussion within the department on how the event would affect things like shoreline setback and other, and of course, other measures, regulatory measures that we're looking at implementing as far as SMA. So, yes, I mean, it's definitely a very important area that we just also notes the importance of the CZM program and of course the monies that go towards making that a priority for the department as well.
Thank you. And if I could request, though, if it's not easy, then I don't need it, but I would love to see if we have any kind of a map that shows where the impact of that king tide was, like if it impacted our salt ponds. I heard that it didn't hurt the landfill. I haven't really seen a map of where the reach of that was. I know in Nawiliwili, heard from some people there that it was a little nerve-wracking how the water moved into Nawiliwili. That was just a particular call I got. So I don't know if our CZM program tracks things like that. If they do, I would be very interested to see the impact of that king tide. Have you heard from the salt farmers if it impacted them?
I'm not 100% sure. I know some of our staff did go out and take note physically some of the various impacts as well as other agencies. But yeah, we can definitely provide you with some background information.
Okay, that would be good. I know there's been a lot of shoreline erosion in Kekaha, and so I've been at this conference. Otherwise, I would have driven out to go look along to see how much of that beach edge washed back, because some properties have lost close to an acre in the past 10 years. So, thank you for having this program, the Coastal Zone Management Program. I'm glad the state's paying for it. They're probably the ones requiring it, so they pay for it. Is that correct also? Is that why they pay for it? It's a funded obligation?
The CZM program has its set priorities, within which is, of course, sea level rise impacts and climate change impacts. Yep.
Thank you.
And also, it's a federal pass-through grant, so it's a federal grant, the Coastal Zone Management Act program passed through the state, which the county implements.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from the members? Anyone in the audience wishing to testify on this? I'll suspend the rules. Lonnie?
For the record, Lonnie Sykos. I want to thank Member Cowden for the questions that she asked. This is very, very important to the public, although probably many people in the public are too preoccupied trying to survive to think about these issues. For example, I live in Wailua house lots. The bridge that connects me to Lihue currently is 2/3 blocked by sand and gravel, the river channel. 2/3 blocked by sand and gravel. Prior to the flooding event that brought all the logs down, about 1/3 of the river channel was blocked. The state's going to come in and do a project to try and eliminate the problems created by 2/3 of the channel being blocked without clearing the river channel. And so for all of us that are directly impacted by coastal disasters, whether or not they get this right before the event occurs, is everything. And so very much grateful to hear the questions of, we have these positions have been funded for many years, and so what is the tangible result of all of this funding in regards to the management of our coastal lands and how that is completely intertwined with our civil defense. And so the proper coastal zoning management would hopefully prevent some of the problems that we see could occur with sea level rise and storm surge and all of that. So I encourage the administration to look at what has been done over the last decade with these funds and inform the public what the tangible, real benefits, the measurable benefits are that we got out of it versus, oh, we've studied a lot of stuff. So you need to study things. I'm not dogging that, but that's not a tangible result for the public. Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience wishing to testify? Seeing none. Anyone on Zoom wishing to testify? If not, I'll call this meeting back to order. Any final discussion from the members? All those in favor of approval signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carried. With that, we are at 10:30, so we'll take a 10-minute caption break and come back. 10-minute caption break. Mike. Okay, welcome back. We are on page 2 of our agenda.
Chair, page 2C 2022-159, communication from the Housing Director requesting council approval to engage with the Hawaii Data Collaborative to conduct a study of financial need and housing affordability on Kauai. The proposed project has an estimated value of $40,000.
Move to approve.
We have a second. Second. Received no written testimony on this item. Anyone in the audience wishing? Oh, actually, I'm gonna. Do we have any questions from the members? I'll suspend the rules. Councilmember Cowden.
Thank you, and I thank Mark Osaki for being here to speak about that. Our assistant chief.
Councilmember Cowden, we're on.
Oh, okay. The one before. Okay, so can I ask Adam just a simple explanation of the Housing Data Collaborative and what an example of what kind of information will inform our strategies? I thought it was interesting. I haven't seen before about scraping the web. I think that's what it said in the discussion. So I found that interesting. I just wanted to know what we might get and how, we are likely to be helped by it.
Aloha, Chair. Adam Reversi, Director of the Housing Agency. Thank you, Councilmember Cowden. I think we all anecdotally understand that rents have been increasing. Rental units are much more difficult to come by than they have been in the past. People are being squeezed out of available units. While there's a lot of data available on home prices because all sales are publicly recorded, there's not a lot of data or information publicly available and compiled about rentals. So the purpose of this study is to try to put together a picture of the rental market on Kauai and the need, similar to what is already available for sale homes. So one of the, so you mentioned, scraping information from the web. So many rentals are advertised on Craigslist and other sort of web-based platforms. So that's just one of the procedures that the Hawaii Data Collaborative, which is a nonprofit organization, will utilize to try to come up with a rental picture for Kauai based on geography. Another opportunity that will help with doing this project is through our emergency rental assistance program, we've provided rental help to almost 2,000 Kauai households. So that's provided us a pool of data about rent in specific geographic areas. So we'll utilize, while protecting all of the personal data of anyone who has received assistance, because that won't be shared with the Hawaii Data Collaborative. They will, however, be able to review the higher level rental amounts, geographic area information, to add to the work that they're already doing, scraping information from the internet and websites to try to put together an image, a snapshot in time image of the rental picture on Kauai, as well as the degree of financial hardship or financial need of the residents of Kauai, based in part on information that we've collected through the rental assistance program, but also through census data and other publicly available information.
Thank you for that. I think it is really important. I'm glad, I'm pleased, it's probably a better word to say, pleased to hear that we'll be having an outside contract person help us to get that. I know they're really like a nonprofit, right? Or something to that effect.
Yes, so they're donating these services to us at no charge.
So that's wonderful. And so that's where we see it's an estimated value of about 40,000. If I could just make a recommendation too, whether it can be some sort of portal on the housing page, or what would be really good to see is how many people are leaving the island. I asked that before from the Department of Motor Vehicles, but we don't really understand why. It could be a lot of different reasons why people leave or come. But we had a testifier earlier today that said something that really resonated with me about people leaving on the daily, was his word, and not even just the monthly. And I might not hear about it really honestly every day, but I probably weekly hear from people who are being squeezed out, and it might not even be the amount of money to pay for rent, it's just the lack of ability for any place to rent. So that might also be another interesting number for us to try and have some kind of vector. If people want to volunteer that information, that they have it, because I think it's another really important indicator that I only know anecdotally. So that might be something that you could talk to your data tracker on to look for who's leaving. And just to suggest that there might be some way we can collect that data ourselves.
We can certainly explore that possibility. Yep.
Thank you.
Councilmember DeCosta?
Yeah. Hi, Adam. I wanted to share with you, and I'm sure you already know this, but I believe our finance department, real property tax, has a list of, local homeowners who rent underneath the affordable rent program, which should show you guys some numbers of available units that are out there for rent and the amount of rent that they are charging, because I'm one of those guys who have that affordable rental thing with the county and make sure that our local families have a place to live. So I'm pretty sure there's a lot of information you guys can get relatively accessible on you guys' own, and or point the nonprofit in that direction. And Felicia brought up a good point about having a database. It would be nice to see, who's out there having their units rented at an affordable rental unit and who are not renting it for the local rental market. But anyway, thank you, Adam.
Thank you. Yes, the Real Property Tax Office did preliminarily share their data about the affordable rental program as it relates to that tax exemption program with us just this past year. And to be honest, I was shocked how many people are participating in that program. I had, not having seen the data, I had presumed it was much lower, but my recollection is that there's somewhere in the ballpark of 1,700 units participating in that program. Don't quote me on that. That's just my memory. I haven't looked at the data in several months, but I could confirm that with Real Property.
Well, Adam, earlier today we had some testifiers talk about ethics, and having politicians with ethics. I think this is a good way to show people that some of your politicians have ethics and they rent in affordable housing department. Yeah.
Any other questions from the members? If not, while the rules are still suspended, anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Anyone on Zoom wishing to testify? We have Tara.
Yes, aloha. So I would just like to testify that, hearing what you're saying, that you need data and you have this now this mechanism to track data. But the thing is, and like that, I can't say like the name, but the lady who has just mentioned about surprising, to hear that the amount of people are leaving daily. So my just comment is this. I don't know how this all works, but I just know that the Lahui, the people, the community are so willing to, share their data and they want to be heard. But it's through this type of, super colonized, time-consuming process that people, really don't know about. I only myself, and I'm finding out about it now. Why can't some kind of town hall, community meeting be held? That's where you're going to find your data. Because when I just hear you guys talking about this, about, oh, yeah, we got to find the data, or, it'd be really interesting to hear. And I'm surprised to know, how many people are participating, I guess, in some kind of affordable housing, the rental unit, or, you can correct me if I'm wrong there. But just, there are so many people, I don't know who is being consulted. What kind of thing? Just open up a meeting, put it, information or affordable housing, but make it with a title that is really relatable to the community, and just say, we want to hear your feedback. But the testifier Lani said, but what are the end tangible results? gathering this feedback. But there is so much data from the Lahu in the community that you can gather, but there has to be a way outside of this colonized system for it to happen. Outside, I don't know, like these sunshine laws or like these planning commissions and charters and agendas, but when is just common sense, like regular people, regular living type of opportunity to speak going to happen, and that's where you find the data. So like even like with, I'm going to mention this, like the TNT trying to find, consulting with the community, like we consulted with, like who did they actually consult with? So just as if you can hear out developers for their permissions and permittos that they submit to the planning commissions and whatnot, just as you can hear developers and corporations, when are you going to just hear the community and reach out and listen to the community? That's where you're going to find the data regarding this that's going to drive the affordable housing, any resolution, all of that should have and be already in place. Not for outsiders, not for tourism, for the local, the community, the people for the people. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on Zoom wishing to testify? If not, I'll call the meeting back to order. Any final discussion from the members? I'll suspend the rules. Lonnie.
For the record, Lonnie Psychos. Addressing the chair of the county council, I apologize for the rest of the members of the community that I'm part of, who, when they address the council, obviously have no understanding of what is the kuleana of a county, the kuleana of the state, and the kuleana of the federal government. And so it is distressing for the public to listen to all this testimony that is well-intentioned but utterly misguided in regards to what a problem is and where the authority lies to address it. And so some of the issues that you guys get pounded over are state issues or federal issues, not county issues. And for that, I apologize. Your guys' job is hard enough without getting pounded for what you're not responsible for. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'll call the meeting back to order. Any final discussion from the members? Not? All those in favor of approval signify by saying aye.
I had my hand up, Earl.
Oh, sorry.
I just wanted to, thank you. I just wanted to speak for a moment to the distress of the testifier and to let her know that, there are 7 of us, and all 7 of us are out in the community regularly, whether they're paddling or grocery shopping or attending a wedding or a funeral or a meeting. And so we hear these anecdotal stories all the time, and we meet with people as they're leaving. And so I would say all 7 of us care very deeply about the pressure pushing people off the island. And so we appreciate this particular study that the Department of Housing is getting, that has somebody who's willing to try and quantify and give these numbers. We all know that there's a problem happening on a regular basis. People are living under stress. This housing data collaborative is just going to help us to have some numbers. And yeah, we do try very hard. Thank you for participating.
Anyone else? If not, motion on the floor is to approve. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Next item is C2022-160, communication from the Chief of Police Deputy Chief of Police, and Mark Ozaki, Acting Assistant Chief of Police, requesting council approval to accept and expend Hawaii High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area Grant funding from the Office of National Drug Control Policy in an additional amount of $2,500 for a new award total of $144,100 to send 3 officers to the statewide DARE training on Oahu, purchase prevention-related supplies such as drug prevention videos and media, and conduct DARE training in schools.
Move to approve.
Second.
Received no written testimony on this item. Do we have any questions from the members? I'll suspend the rules. Councilmember Cowden.
Okay, and I'm hoping for a basic explanation. I really appreciate the DARE program that we have had over the years. Even now, as we're really trying hard to make our adolescent treatment and health facility manifest. Can you give us the basics of the DARE program? I know it adapts year after year. What recent changes have happened? What age groups are you targeting? And who is it that's going for this training? And just to give them a gratitude for their effort. Just a simple overview. Thank you. I think that would be you, Assistant Chief Osaki.
Okay, good morning, council members. And for the record, Captain Mark Ozaki, Acting Assistant Chief of the Administrative and Technical Bureau. I apologize, I was giving the proper protocol usually is for the chief to, have an opportunity to give a statement first. So, Chief, would you like to say something before I do?
Chief Raybook, for the record. No, sorry, my computer was locked up. But thank you for the question, Councilmember Cowden. Go ahead, Captain or Chief.
Okay, thank you. I'll continue then. So, thank you for that question, Councilmember Cowden. And so, it seemed like there were several questions in there. So, the DARE program, has been around for a long time, probably from the 80s. In fact, from the 80s, and it has gone through several transitions since then. We remember it as just say no, President Reagan out there, just the war on drugs, just say no. But probably about 18 or so years ago, it's already started transitioning. And now there is more of a decision-making type of lesson plan and curriculum. So it's really a better decision-making model. And in fact, the corporate name for DARE is still Drug Abuse Resistance Education, but the new way they market or they use the DARE emblem is DARE keeping it real. And what they really stress is a DARE decision-making model. And instead of, in the past where they would really harp, what does D, drug, A, abuse, R, resistance, E, education stand for? It's now really D is define. Describe the problem, challenge, or opportunity. A, assess, so what are your choices? R, respond, what is your choice? Did you make, what information did you gather to make that choice? And then E, evaluate, review your decision. Was it a good one? And would you modify your decision that you made? And, it's about peer pressure, positive and negative. And that's really the goal of DARE now, is to create a better decision making for juveniles. And I think you asked about the age groups. We primarily target the 5th graders in elementary school and 7th graders at the middle school. And then that concept is we catch them in the 5th grade, we catch them in the 7th grade, and then at 9th grade we have SROs in the high schools. And then they can continue that rapport and relationship with our SROs that probably may have taught them there at one time or another, in 7th grade maybe. And in a nutshell, I'd be glad to answer more questions, but it's really, in a nutshell, that's really what the DARE decision-making model stands for now.
Okay, thank you. So SRO, for the people listening, that means school resource officers. So we have police officers on each of the high school campuses to just be there to keep people safe, to help people be making the right decisions. Thank you for that. So I support that good decision making rather than just say no sounds like a better strategy. And so these three individuals, these are existing police officers who are maybe shifting in their position, and they're going to Oahu to learn what?
Well, that's correct. So, due to retirements, promotions, transfers, like in the past we had Detective Barry D. Blake now, who transferred out of the unit, Lieutenant Lance Okazaki, who transferred out of the unit, Detective Morris Unotoa, who transferred out of the unit, Detective Lucas Hamburg, who transferred out of the unit, and then, Officer Andrew Moroku, who transferred out due to time rotation. We have to get new people in there, and right now we have Jonathan Anderson, Kaulana Renaud, Charles Bedford, and the current trained ones are Officer Bobby Lee Silva and Sergeant Kevin Grass. So that's kind of the five that they're replacing over attrition. It's a 2-week training on Oahu. It's a free training, except we got to get them there, and that's why that additional money is needed. It's more for just travel expensive, not really for registration fees or anything like that. And on the 2-week training, they learn how to teach this their decision-making model curriculum, but they also have presentation training, so they're able to better present and not only be tied down to their decision-making model. We have other additional lesson plans that some people might want to reach out for. They're the primary people within our department. They work with our community relations section, and they're big advocates for our department, and we use them a lot.
Thank you. So I want to thank all those people whose names that you mentioned. I don't want to go through the whole list, but I recognize most of those names, and just want to recognize also how important it is that we develop relationships with our youth, good relationships, role modeling relationships where we're building trust, not fear. And so I thank you for continuing this program. I thank you, Chief Raybuck, and our whole team for doing good works, as this is such an important issue for our island, as we have suicidality and depression and many of the causes that end up in the symptom of drug abuse. So, mahalo.
Any other questions from the members? Not anyone in the audience wishing to testify? I'll suspend while the rules are still suspended. Lonnie.
I'm 68 years old. For the record, Lonnie Sykos. I'm 68 years old. For the record, I was educated in public schools, and to me, it is abhorrent to have police officers in public schools. So, these SRO officers, are they child psychologists? Do they have what educational and experiential experience do they bring to this in dealing with the psychology of the children at school? Now, police officers exist to arrest people for breaking the law. That's why we have police. They serve other functions, but their primary function is to arrest people. Why are they in the schools? I could see putting a child psychologist in the school. I could see having people with training in child behavior, but to send somebody for a few days at some workshop and think that that's the equivalent of a master's degree in child psychology or any of the other degrees in which you don't get to practice on a human being until you get past a bachelor's degree and get an advanced degree. And so what these children need are child psychologists or psychiatrists, people trained in child behavior, which, and I'm not dogging the police department, this is not their job. They are not trained. Police departments did not come into existence back in time to be in public schools. And so my question for the police department is, the DARE program has changed over time. My late wife was a drug and alcohol counselor as well as an addict. At the end of her life, there was absolutely no difference statistically in a community that had DARE and a community that didn't. And so my question is, we spend all of this money, we put police officers in our school, which has advantages and disadvantages. What is the measurable outcome of whatever it's been since the mid-'80s, the DARE program, and specifically the last 10 years? And so if we did not have a DARE program, is there someone who can show me?
Lonnie, that's your first 3 minutes. Anyone else in the audience wishing to testify? Seeing none, you can have your second 3 minutes.
So basically, I'm asking for the spreadsheet that shows this was DARE. These are the things that we can actually measure about the positive impacts of the program. And so nothing about developing a relationship unless you can measure the value of the relationship. What is the measurable benefit of this program? And quite frankly, if it's to keep kids off drugs, not that this could easily occur because of the way budgets happen, but would we not be much better off to have this money spent to open our adolescent treatment facility? Because that is the actual need we need now. And so does the program work? And if it's not working, we need to figure out what could make it work. And if it won't work, we need to do other things, not the same things over and over again, is my point in this. I hope that the DARE program has become much more productive than it was in its first 20 years. I really hope that they can come to us and say, yes, you would have 20% higher negative outcomes or whatever. But that's my question for the police. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the audience wishing to testify? Anyone on Zoom wishing to testify? We have Tara.
Yes, aloha. So I'm just listening to this, and I just, what came to mind is anything for, drug awareness, drug treatment, that is great. And there were, for example, this documented, for example, on the continent at a school that had a lot of issues, kind of going on. And what came to mind is, as I was listening to the testifier previous, is that what about in this island community as well? What they did there was they had like dads, for example, parents, fathers, or even like mothers, but in that particular program was dads going into the schools, and, they found that really helped. So having them there as part of the resource, and so that relationships, could be developed, and it really did have an impact on the students, like behavior. So I'm wondering here in Hawaii, if something were along the lines of kupuna. So, like kupuna, respected kupuna elders, willing to be there as well, as part of the ability to reach and connect with the youth, and then having these relationships are the base for allowing the youth to, to grow up feeling safe, feeling heard, feeling accounted for, and then, just to guide them to make the right decision. So just, like kind of out of the box thinking, and also on the aina type of thinking, to connect with and maybe have even like kupuna in the schools as well. So not, in addition to as this type of drug awareness, drug prevention program. So an idea. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on Zoom wishing to testify? Seeing none, I'll call the meeting back to order. Any final questions or discussion from the members? Discussion or question? Councilmember Cowden.
I would like to give the chief an opportunity to respond.
I'll suspend the
I
rules.
appreciate the testifier's comments, and I also feel like, especially in this time where we are having shooter violence in schools and everything else, it might be that teachers and the kids and everybody feel more safe when they have a representative there. So, Chief Raybuck, would you like to respond to the question that was asked by a testifier?
Councilmember Cowden, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to answer the speaker's points. Some of them very well previously positioned. So as was mentioned, the early iterations of the DARE program proved to be emotionally effective, but not statistically or scientifically proven effective. And so as Acting Assistant Chief Ozaki mentioned, the program has been revamped, and it is now based on science and evidence-based statistical data that shows that the decision-making program that's focused on that keeping it real curriculum does in fact have a positive effect in modifying behavior for those people or those students that receive the training. And some of the statistics identify that positive effect can be realized over 14 months after receiving that training. So the importance of the current DARE program extends beyond just drug awareness. As was already mentioned, it highly focuses on decision-making, and decision-making is an important factor for our youth to identify, not just in the world of DARE, but as you mentioned, or in drug awareness, but as you mentioned, in school violence and avoiding those types of situations. And this new program also identifies methodologies and approaches in avoiding violence in the schools. I would disagree that police officers do not have a role in the school today, specifically with the level of unfortunate violence we are seeing across America. Police officers developing relationships with school staff, becoming very familiar with the layout of the school, the students in the school, are a valuable opportunity for our law enforcement community to work together to prevent these types of incidents, and hopefully, if one does occur, better respond to an incident in the schools. It was a relationship or an encounter I had very early in my life, as I've mentioned previously to some of you, where a police officer, not then called a DARE officer or SRO, it was an officer-friendly program. And that officer, when I was in elementary school, showed me that he cared about me, that he wanted me to be safe, helped me how to ride my bicycle, teach me how to ride a bicycle. And it was that early impression in my life that gave me a positive influence towards police officers. That's what our SROs do every day. It is not their primary responsibility to arrest individuals. Their primary responsibility is to develop positive relationships and be positive role models in our community and develop those relationships with our most important members of our community, and that's the future of our community and our youth. So I hope that was a proper response to the questions raised.
Any other questions from members? If not, I'll call the meeting back to order. Councilmember DeCosta.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for that response, Chief. I have some constructive information for this, and I hope I can address Lonnie with some tangible response, not an opinion. I personally work out at Kauai School. I've been in the transition in the last year with both officers, the one who left and the new officer, Anderson, who's there now, and I see a tremendous value to having an officer on campus. Officer Anderson has built a relationship with the students, and he basically told me that's what he learned from his Assistant Chief Mark Ozaki that the big thing at being on a campus at a high school level is to build a relationship with the children. So yes, maybe they're not psychologists, although on campus we do have our own clinical psychologists and we do have our counselors to address the emotional and social needs of our students. But it's amazing to see what our police officers do in the DARE program. So I'm at the forefront to tell you it's working and it's a good thing. And last thing I want to say is that I want to give props to the chief there, Raybach, because you let Mark Ozaki do his job and explain the DARE program and didn't micromanage him, and that shows me that there is some culture being built in the police department and that Mark Ozaki is doing a fine job stepping up to the plate of being an assistant chief in that department of the Bureau. So I'm impressed today. Thank you.
Anyone else discussion? If not, motion on the floor is to approve. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Next item is C 2022-161, communication from the acting county engineer transmitting for council consideration a bill for an ordinance amending ordinance number B-2022-886 as amended relating to the operating budget of the county of Kauai, state of Hawaii for the fiscal year July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023 by revising the amounts estimated in the general fund for the transfer of position number 1202, Parks Project Manager to Project Manager, inclusive of salary and fringe benefits from the Department of Parks and Recreation to the Department of Public Works to unify the county's project managers under a single department.
Receive for the record.
Second.
Receive no written testimony. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify on this item? We are receiving it for the record. Oh, actually, this is coming up as a proposed draft bill. Lonnie, if you want to testify now, we'll add it to your testimony when it comes up later. So now is your chance to testify on it. You won't be able to testify on it later.
Correct. Thank you, Chair. For the record, Lonnie Sykos. I think I'll wait until later, Errol. Thank you.
Anyone online wishing to testify? Seeing none. Any questions or discussion from the members? If not, all those in favor of receipt signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Next item is on page 3, C 2022-162, communication from Councilmember Evslin and Councilmember Kuali'i transmitting for council consideration a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 8, Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, Chapter 12, the Building Code, and Chapter 13, the Electrical Code, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended, relating to electric vehicle charging infrastructure requirements for parking.
Receive for the record.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Received no written we actually did receive written testimony on this for the bill. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify on this? Anyone on Zoom? Again, this item will come up later in the agenda as Bill 2877. Any questions or discussion from the members? If Councilmember Di Casa, question or
question? Can you guys clarify that this will just be EV chargers?
Let's hold this question until the bill comes up.
Okay.
Any other questions or discussion? If not, all those in favor of receipt signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Chair, next item are your committee reports from your Committee on Finance and Economic Development, CRFED 2022-04.
Move to approve.
Second.
Received no written testimony on this item. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Anyone on Zoom? Any questions or discussion from the members? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Next items are from your Committee of the Whole, CRCOW 2022-11, 12, 13, 14, and on page 4, CRCOW 2022-15.
Move to approve.
Get a second.
Second.
Thank you. We received no written testimony on this item. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Anyone on Zoom wishing to testify? If not, any questions or discussion from the members? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Next item is a resolution, resolution number 2022-26, resolution confirming the mayoral reappointment to the Board of Ethics for John Laskowitz.
Move to approve.
Second.
We received no written testimony on this item. We did hear testimony earlier this morning on it. Anyone else in the audience wishing to testify on this item for the first time? If not, anyone online wishing to testify? Seeing none, any questions or discussion from the members? Councilmember Cowden, question or discussion?
Just a simple discussion point. And so I did get a chance to talk to the nominee, again, returning person, and I appreciate everybody who is doing the work. And I guess in commenting on the earlier testifier's point, I am in agreement that content training for each of these boards would be very important, that they really get trained in their area of expertise, because the training really is more in participating in the meeting and in, sunshine laws, things like that. So I agree with what was stated earlier, but I'm happy with this commission member, this board member.
Okay. Anyone else? Yeah, for me, I've worked with John for a while. He was in KDB, the Ag Committee. And, I think John's a level-headed person. I think Board of Ethics is a good spot for him to be. He's a very just straight shooter, and I think that's what you need at the Board of Ethics, when it comes to issues coming up. He's going to take each one on an individual basis, and he's going to make the right decision. So I'll be voting in favor of John. Anyone else? If not, we'll take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Carvalho.
Aye.
Councilmember Chalk.
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden.
Aye.
Councilmember DeCosta.
Aye.
Councilmember Evslin.
Aye.
Councilmember Kuli'i.
Aye.
Council Chair Kaneshiro.
Aye.
7 ayes. The next item is a bill for first reading, proposed draft bill number 2876, a bill for an ordinance amending ordinance number B-2022-886 as amended, relating to the operating budget of the County of Kauai, State of Hawaii for the fiscal year July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, by revising the amounts estimated in the general fund. This is for the Department of Public Works Project Manager transfer.
Approve on first reading, schedule public hearing for August 17th, and refer to the committee of the whole.
We have a second.
Second.
Received no written testimony on this item. I'll suspend the rules, and if Troy or Pat or Wally, you wanna just give us a brief description on this item.
Council Chair, good morning. Members of the council, Mike DeHealy, the managing director for the record. So this is a request that is asked to move position number 1202 over to the Department of Public Works. And as you folks are aware, the county has been seeing a large influx of monies related to capital improvements and large projects. And it's not just isolated to the Department of Public Works, but all of our departments have, to some degree, larger complex contractual types of management items that are now being put to the forefront as a responsibility for our different shops. Currently, in the Department of Parks and Recreation, we have one Parks project management manager in the department's division of planning. And what that does is, although it is point for running a lot of the new CIP projects, there isn't much redundancy in terms of being able to have that individual be able to have backup in case of, let's say, absences or group work types of situations requiring larger dialogue. This consultation was initiated with the union back in January of this past year. And that dialogue through representation was what was the large bulk of time that took until we were able to bring this proposal to you folks, with which the representative collective bargaining union gave us a clean consultation memorandum to be able to proceed with this. We had initially tried to do this as part of the budgetary process based on the ordinance that you folks are amending, but we did need to go through that process given that there is a live employee in the position and needed to go through consultation. We believe that this actually is part of a larger initiative for us to have greater focus on project management with our contracts. As you know, the TAT monies that have come in has greatly increased the amount of construction activity that our county is needing to now manage and supervise. And with the impending amounts of money that are going to be coming through with also federal earmarks, housing, and monies that relate to our sewer system that will be coming down the pipeline. It's incumbent on us to have a kind of a more focused and leaner team versus something that is devolved. And so that is what is the gist of the proposal, is to have that position be consolidated with the other project managers we have currently in the Department of Public Works to provide that synergy and redundancy. I'm available for any questions, Chair.
Questions from the members? Councilmember Cowden.
Thank you. If I recall, Parks used to be part of Public Works at one time, right?
That's correct.
So it's a little bit of a natural return. If we have a project like, I'm just going to make one up, fixing the broken areas on the bike path in Kauai, I would presume when you have a project manager out of Public Works that they would be deeply consulting with the Parks Department, right? Anytime we want to fix something, resurfacing the basketball courts or whatever, that project manager would still refer back to the Parks Department for partnership. Is that correct?
That is correct. A lot of what happens is that construction involves more than one department. And as you are describing, Councilmember Cowden, while it may be a parks asset, a lot of the expertise in engineering or contracting with larger amounts may be better suited for the apparatus within the Public Works Department. And so we do not see this as an inhibition of that dialogue to continue with different departments, but rather providing a more consolidated support base for these more complex contracts to be managed and supported with the best fiscal means.
And how many job positions do we have in Parks as a project manager? Do we have more than one, or is that the only one?
This is the only one. There is another position that was a carryover from the split, and moving the maintenance over. That is an EM5 position that we've also been looking at. And through the consultation process, we did get clean reviews on that. However, in terms of being able to properly manage the overall portfolio of that other position, that will still remain with Parks and Recreation until we're able to get that sorted out. So this is kind of the first increment of what we're attempting to do in consolidating these types of activities.
Thank you.
Councilmember DeCosta.
Yeah, hi, Mike. I'm excited about this reorg. Do you see it bringing more cohesiveness and more efficiency to that Public Works Department to be able to handle those projects?
That is the idea, especially in the park side of the portfolio, simply because the current way that it was being managed was through a lone wolf type of situation. So this will provide a broader support base for synergy.
Thank you for looking to efficiency our departments. Thank you for that, Mike.
Councilmember Carvalho.
Mike, just a quick question again, in forming the new Department of Parks and Recreation, just making sure the attention overall is there, that Parks has what they need, of course, Public Works as well. And I hear what you're saying, but the intent was to make sure that the coverage was there overall, yeah? Because there's a lot of stuff happening overall. And I just wanted to make sure that was clear overall.
It is clear, and I think that's why we want to make sure that when we commit to parks projects, that there's enough of a backup and wraparound support to be able to have those committed projects be completed in a timely fashion under budget.
On the budget. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions from the members? Mike, is this position currently filled, or is this a vacant position right now?
It is filled, and that's why we needed to go through a collective bargaining consultation on it rather than a position movement through the broader budgetary process that concluded in May with you folks.
Okay. Any further questions from the members? If not, while the rules are still suspended, anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Lonnie?
For the record, Lonnie Sykos. Mike, thank you very much for your hard work for the county, and particularly this piece today. Inefficiency in county operations has been extremely frustrating for the public to watch. And we hope that this will clear up things like the county spent 3 years trying to get signs put at the beach. And according to public testimony, there was no mechanism for the 3 departments involved to talk to each other. So the sign painters didn't know what to create because the fire department didn't have a mechanism to talk to planning. So ended up with the Lifeguard Association contracted on the mainland and got signs installed in 9 months from the day they started. And so thank you very much, Mike, and your team there in the mayor's office for your diligent and hard work at bringing greater efficiency to our county operation. And thank you very much.
Anyone else in the audience wishing to testify? If not, anyone on Zoom wishing to testify? Seeing none, I'll call this meeting back to order. Any final questions or discussion from the members? Councilmember Evsden, this question or discussion?
A quick question.
Okay, suspend the rules.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mike. I know you mentioned going through the some union conversations with this. Has the individual who's being transferred, are they aware of the transfer?
That's a good question. They are aware via the collective bargaining process. Typically when we do go into discussions with the union, they are the exclusive representative of the individual. So in terms of us engaging in a direct dialogue, we position the dialogue through the union for that process. And at least from the indications of the feedback from the union in writing, that there did not seem to be issues that needed to be resolved as a consequence of that consultation.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember DeCosta.
Yep, thank you. Mike, this person that was managing projects in parks now will be managing projects in parks and public works, am I correct?
It's a bit of both, where we would expect the portfolio to be spread, where the work product that they're going to have be taken with them, the portfolio be taken, and that if there's backup that's needed from our public works gentlemen that need to be doing this, and that would support his portfolio and vice versa.
And I want to make sure that this person is supported in public works, because that's a whole other scope of work from being an urban park developer type of project manager going over to public works. But I know we got Troy and Boyd Gallages, and that's a good team there. So make sure they support our new transfer of this position over.
Any further questions from the members? If not, I'll call the meeting back to order. Any final discussion? Okay. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Aye.
Councilmember Chalk?
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden,
Aye.
Councilmember DeCosta,
Aye.
Councilmember Evslin,
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i,
Aye.
Council Chair Kanashiro.
Aye.
7 ayes. The next item is proposed draft bill number 2877, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 8, Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, Chapter 12, the Building Code, and Chapter 13, the Electrical Code of the Kauai County Code 1987, as amended, relating to electric vehicle charging infrastructure requirements for parking.
Refer to the Planning Commission.
Have a second?
Second.
Receive written testimony on this item. I'll suspend the rules and Councilmember Evslin, if you wanna maybe give us an overview. I do see a presentation on it.
Yeah, we have a short PowerPoint presentation that Councilmember Kuali'i and I will be presenting. I'll just start off by briefly saying that we've been working on this for a while. HRS 29172 gives the counties the authority to enforce charging station requirements, though our abilities within that authorizing or enabling legislation are pretty limited, and there are some preemption issues here. So this bill has been somewhat difficult to work on and to sort of tailor it within what we clearly do have the authority to do as a county and what is clearly, I think, within the state's intent. And as Councilmember Kuali'i is going to get into, in line with our general plan, et cetera. So just wanted to start it off by saying that it's a rather simple bill, but it was complicated to get to this end result here because of some complicated state preemption issues. But with that said, I'll hand it over to Councilmember Kuali'i to get us going.
Yeah, I'll say it's been, I think, almost a year already. And then we did start with the KIUC folks as well. As far as the findings, so Hawaii state law and the Kauai general plan commit the state to zero emissions from ground transportation by 2045. Many electric vehicles are already cheaper to finance and own than a comparable gasoline car, and they get cheaper every year. The number of electric vehicles in Hawaii is rapidly increasing, with a 33% increase in EVs on the road in Hawaii between 2021 and 2022. Hawaii needs an estimated 5 times more publicly available chargers by 2030 just to meet the demand. EV-ready infrastructure can be installed during new construction for $4,000 to $8,000. With each dedicated receptacle able to serve 2 stalls, that makes it $2,000 to $4,000 per stall. Retrofitting existing parking lots for EV charging costs an estimated 5 times more. Numerous rebates are available for EV charging infrastructure, and the purpose of our bill is primarily to require EV charging infrastructure during new construction and modifications of 2,000 square feet or more. Next slide. As for the 2 definitions, and the first one, word for word, comes straight out of the bill, page 3. EV-ready space means a designated parking space which is provided with a dedicated branch circuit that is not less than 40 amps and 208 over 240 volts, assigned for electric vehicle supply equipment, terminating in a receptacle or junction box located in close proximity to the proposed location of the EV parking space. For 2 adjacent EV-ready spaces, a single branch circuit is permitted. And then EVCS installed, electric vehicle charging system, refers to an installed level 2 or faster charging station. Councilmember Evslin?
So what the bill essentially does is requires for any parking lot, any new parking lot between 1 and 99 stalls, not including single-family homes. So any commercial, multifamily, industrial, et cetera, parking lot between 1 and 99, 15% of those stalls have to be EV ready. And so as Councilmember Cooley said, the definition of EV ready is essentially a, conduit, available amperage, and a receptacle for a future EV charging station. It's not the actual EV charging station. It's just the in-the-ground infrastructure for the charging station. And again, the rationale for that is because it's relatively cheap to do it while you're building a parking lot, and it's very cost prohibitive to come in after the fact and rip up a parking lot to try and make a stall EV ready. So 15% of stalls up to 99. And then as soon as we cross over to a parking lot with 100 or more stalls, then same 15% have to be EV ready, but 5% have to have an installed level 2 charger. And so again, for both of those, right, a single dual head charger can service 2 stalls. So if you have, 100 parking lot stall, new 100 parking lot getting built, 100 stall parking lot getting built, the 5% requirement would be fulfilled with 2 dual heads and maybe 1 single charger. And the 15%, 15 stalls would have to have access to the level 2, so say 7.5 chargers, rounded up. And all those chargers, any charger required as a condition of the bill would have to be maintained in good working order. And the EV infrastructure would have to be maintained likewise. Next. So there is a requirement for existing parking lots only if they're adding on. So you have an existing lot that's adding on 2,000 square feet or more of space, then only the installed EVCS installed requirements are triggered. So in practice, that means that if you have a new 2,000 square foot structure going on, next to an existing 100 stall parking lot, next to an existing parking lot with less than 100 stalls, then there's going to be no new requirements triggered, right? That's because anything less than 100 stalls, there's no EV installed requirement, so no new requirements. And the rationale there is because EV ready is only cost effective for new construction, right? It doesn't make sense to go in after the fact. If somebody's adding on some units to an existing parking lot, it doesn't make sense to force them to put in a bunch of EV ready stalls and rip up the parking lot to do so. But the EV installed requirements would trigger for that 2,000 square foot structure. So large 100 stall plus parking lot next to an existing building, if they're adding on 2,000 square feet more, then they would have to comply with the 5% requirement for the existing lot. They should already, in theory, have some chargers there because state law requires chargers for things over 100 anyway. So that is the bill. Do you folks have any questions? And again, sorry, lastly, it would be in our zoning code. So it's chapter 8, so enforced by the planning department at the time of a, as a condition of getting a zoning permit.
Councilmember DeCosta.
Yeah, a couple questions there, Councilmember Evelyn. Number one, you mentioned that 2,000 square feet or 100 parking stalls. So what if somebody comes in with a 1,995 square feet with 99 parking stalls? Would they not be required to put in that EV charger system? Am I correct?
The 2,000 square foot requirement is only the trigger for existing parking lots to come into.
Correct.
Sorry, there might have. I couldn't tell if you were speaking or not. So yeah, the 2,000 square foot thing is only for existing lots to come into compliance. So yeah, you have a 99 stall or a 99 stall parking lot, 2,000 square foot plus structure would trigger nothing. A 100 stall parking lot, a 1,999 square foot structure would still trigger nothing. 2,000 square feet is the trigger there, and we just needed to have some strictly defined trigger because there had to be some nexus tied into when are we going to require these the installed chargers to go in. And per planning, 2,000 square feet seemed like a rational nexus there.
Okay. How about, did you guys check with the electrical union on installing these costs per stall? You guys came up with the 2,000 to 4,000. How did you guys come up with that figure?
Yeah, we've spoken to some contractors who do this type of work. One of the larger firms on the island, I probably shouldn't say exactly who it was, but they said they gave the range in between 4,000 and 8,000 per receptacle. And again, that single receptacle could serve 2 stalls. And that range would vary depending on proximity to the building mostly. If you're putting the stations right up next to the building, it's going to be in the $4,000 range per receptacle. If the stations are further away from the building, that cost will grow.
Correct, and we want to make sure we take the earth into consideration, right? Whether we're digging into earth or bedrock, or the construction cost could escalate. It's not as simple as just tying in the 2,000 to 4,000. And I want you to talk a little bit more to me about the residential. We're not going to push this on residential homes right now.
This bill is not for residential.
Yeah, just want to make sure that the people listening heard you guys say that.
Wait, I wanted to clarify. In the bill, it has multifamily dwelling residential sites with 3 or more units. So is the intention that would be a residential zone parcel? Oh, I see Councilmember Cooley talking. One moment. Oh, you're on mute.
No, I had assumed he was asking about single-family residential when I said it does not apply to single-family residential. Yes, it would apply to multifamily units, including our own housing projects.
I have a little bit concern with that because I believe out in Lima Ola we haven't put in our parking stalls yet, but yet we had put in all the underground utilities. And is this going to apply to Lima Ola in LAL or no?
So the zoning permit is the trigger. So assuming if they put in the utilities already, they've got their zoning permit already. Very likely not. Though as Lima Ola expands and new zoning permits come in, then it would apply, presumably.
Okay, because I want to make sure that we have all the asphalt and concrete already embedded in that project, and that means we would have to dig it all up to put that EV line back inside. Or that EV line can stay in the same line as your residential electric that goes to each home. Like what to charge a car? What is that wiring? Is there much heavier duty wiring? Can it stay in the same channel or same tube, PVC tube, with the other electrical lines that goes for the stove, for the ice box, for the lights, or is it has to be a separate run?
So some of these questions might be better directed at our building division, but for the most, right, again, the requirement's not single-family homes, but the bill does require that it has its own conduit running to the site. In talking to the building division and electrical contractors, the amperage for any new construction is essentially already there, so it wouldn't trigger a bunch of new amperage on site that they wouldn't have anyway. So the main requirement would be running that conduit to the stall and putting the receptacle in. But for further detail on building or electrical code requirements, I think both Councilmember Cooley and I would defer to Leo Lin.
And we definitely will, work with them with the committee work as well, where we can get into all the details.
I do have one more. This is the time that we can discuss this, right? The
questions.
Question, yeah, I have a question. So you're talking about it's going to apply to our own county projects. I was a little bit worried that the Lima Ola project has different phases, and there's a phase 2 that we haven't touched yet. But when I went out to look at the project, the road, the infrastructure lines, the electrical lines, the sewer line, the water line is all embedded under the asphalt and under the concrete sidewalks. Now, if you're telling me that we need a new EV line to run its own wiring to the home, it cannot go in the same line as the rest of the homes. Are we okay with out there, or is this going to cause the county more costs?
One thing I would say is that we're not really sure about the specific parking lot configurations in the Lima Ola project. But that, that may be, less than 100 as well. Because we look at Lima Ola as one giant project, but it's actually a lot of smaller projects within a big community, I guess, they're creating. But, we'll look at that further with Leo Lin and with the administration. Our intent is not to hinder what we're trying to accomplish with our affordable housing, and then also with our, greening our new development. The other thing I would say is that there is a lot of funding available, so it would be our intention to help on that end too, to get the county to find, get the funding for any additional costs for putting in these charging stations.
Councilmember Cowden. You're on mute.
Thank you. I like the goal. I like the intention, and have a handful of questions. One is, what was the state preemption issue? And then, because I'm just not aware of what that is, and then how did we bypass that challenge?
So I'm not sure. Well, let me say in general, the state requires one charger for anything over 100 stalls. The state legislation gives the counties then the authority to enforce charging requirements. It's unclear through the existing legislation how much leeway we have to enforce or to require physical charging units on parking lots of under 100 stalls. So it's possible that somebody could have a preemption case if we tried to require a physically installed charger for a 10-stall lot, that because state law requires over 100 and they haven't clearly given us the power to require on less than 100, it's at least super gray. And I think the short answer there is that the state legislation is unclear. They're trying to give us this power, but they didn't expressly say how much of this power we have to require. That said, we know we're in the clear with EV ready. And we know we're in the clear with lots of over 100 on requiring installs, because that's clearly in the state legislation. They say at least one. So these were the two areas where we know we had the legal green light to go in this direction. That said, Big Island, Hawaii County is going in a different direction and is requiring installed chargers on lots of less than 100, existing and new lots, or at least is deliberating it on at their council. And I can't speak to the legal review on that bill, but their interpretation seems like it might be different.
Okay, and then I see on page 5 of the bill, section 8 dash empty space .4 on civil fines, it says that any person who violates the provision of this article shall be subject to the penalties provided in section 8-3.5. So I looked up what that would be, and I might not be getting it exactly correct. It looks to me, when I look at section 8-3.5, is it would also be that $10,000 per day per violation. Is that accurate?
I think all zoning violations, and this maybe is a better kind of question, but all zoning violations, I believe, have the same penalty structure.
Okay, so if it was a 100-stall parking lot and they needed 15 parking spaces, that could be $150,000 per day per violation. That would be at least the starting point of the leverage against them if they didn't put it in.
I don't think it would be per stall. Again, I'll defer to Kain on the implementation of the fine.
The only thing I'll add at this time is that we've heard from Planning Director Kaina Hall several times that this fine is there, but the department doesn't utilize the fine, that they try to get correction. So they primarily are not punitive. They're getting people to make the corrections.
Yes, we've regularly heard that, and we have seen by evidence of their behavior that that's accurate, that they don't punitively go after people. What I've said, throughout this whole time when I look at that number is I feel like we've got a really good administration that is just using a strong stick without making the hit, but I worry heavily that things could change in the future. So I'm just trying to be clear, you know, if we had a different administration with a different objective, I worry for speculative predation. You know, predatory speculators could come in and utilize that fine structure that would be difficult. I'm going to ask another question. I see that Councilmember Carvalho has some questions, so I'm going to ask one question right now. I want to let other council members ask some questions, and then I have a few more questions. But have we reached out to those that could potentially be negatively affected, like, you know, apartment unit, builders, managers, resorts, shopping centers? Because I just want to give a couple examples of why I think that beyond the cost of doing it, I know I have a number of friends who have electric vehicles. So they'll go park at a shopping center and maybe ask me to meet them there, pick them up, and then we go wherever because they want to charge their car. So they get to charge their car for free in that shopping center when they're not even shopping in the shopping center. A lot of times people want to charge at night, so that's going to have this high electric value. I don't know if these machines that we're putting in, these charging units, EVCS, if they have a payment plan. I kind of hope that, because if people are just charging on the shopping center, that's not particularly a good circumstance. When I think about a resort, resorts often add 2,000 square feet for any kind of change. So if they have 500 parking stalls, which might be, I'm just making a guess, but when I think about what some of these resorts look like, even if it's 300 or 400 stalls, that 2,000 foot addition would have heavy impact. And then I just want to say, when we're trying to do affordable housing, this raises those rates. So right now I'm trying to represent this particular constituent group that might not be excited about it. Have they been reached out to and shown this bill, and have we heard from them? Because I've only seen testimony from like EV users. Of course, they need more places to charge, right? And the environmental community. I haven't seen anything from the contractors, shopping center management, resorts, or maybe, you know, multifamily unit providers. Have they been contacted yet?
Yeah, I would just start with, as you would imagine, we haven't done all of the outreach that there needs to happen, but we've done a lot. And we initiated some outreach with the Pacific Resource Partnership, so trade unions. We're waiting to hear from the Contractors Association. If you have somebody specifically in mind for like a shopping center association, you said?
Yeah, I can send you, a list. I can send a list.
And now is the time, yeah? This is first reading.
That's right.
We're going to work on it in committee, so we'll continue with additional.
This bill is going to be referred to the Planning Commission, so there's going to be
there's still even more time.
Okay, because I would like to see the Chamber of Commerce, the Hawaii Lodging and Tourism Association.
We've had a presentation with the Chamber of Commerce.
You did?
You did? And we did the presentation we did to you guys and did question and answers. And we heard back from them, as all the individuals that were on the call, different sentiments of support. And then later we heard from them as an organization support. So they didn't get their testimony in today, but they will.
Okay, I would think also, like, unions are important. Those are the people who are working. This would increase their workload. To me, if you were to look at like the Contractors Association, you know, the people who are actually paying the bills, that's who I'd want to hear from.
They're on our list.
Okay. And then I'd
if
like
I can just add to that real quick, in that the chamber does include a number of, you know, they have property managers. There are the ones often who would be paying for this, and a number of hotel representatives. And again, they were supportive, and have said that they would be submitting testimony in support. And then regarding the impact on existing hotels and existing multifamily units, the impact is likely to be minimal to non-existent. Kaina has been pretty clear that 2,000 square feet structures really don't get added onto these places very often, if ever. Our big box ordinance currently likely prohibits any additional expansion of our big box stores, which are a number of our large parking lots. Resorts, they're all kind of maxed out, I think, on their existing entitlements for rooms on existing resorts, so they're not adding square footage. And then an existing apartment or condo complex often is already, in some sense, maxed out. Also, they're not often adding on site. So that trigger of the 2,000 square foot requirement, while a good trigger, it's not likely to get triggered all that often.
Well, I thank you for that, and I'm not really so much worrying about the retroactive element. Those entities might have a good forward-looking aspect, because if you put 15% of your parking into electric vehicles, it's going to raise the rates of your businesses. It's going to raise your cost of what it is. So they would be able to estimate that. And then the other aspect is, having been a business owner, retail storefront myself, knowing what it's like when the parking lot just gets crowded and overloaded, it doesn't seem yet that 15% of the vehicles are electric. So what would happen is you would probably have, empty stalls sitting there. Like in our own parking lot here, I don't see that electric charging station utilized that often. And then again, it might be if 15%, if some of those places were just where people would go and treat it like a gas station, park there, but go somewhere else. So there might just be a business perspective that I would like to see.
I can respond to that quickly too. So sure. State legislation does give people with chargers the authority to charge for charging over and beyond the cost of electricity. So most chargers in commercial areas do charge. Safeway, I don't know what it is, but you're paying from the moment you plug in there. There's others like Kauai Grove, you get 2 hours free, and then you got to start charging after that. And there's pretty clear data out there that establishments with chargers draw more business. I know from many electric vehicle users that they're going to choose their places, the grocery stores based on availability of charging. So it draws customers in that sense. So I don't. And then lastly, what you had said about chargers staying empty. The ones in the historic county building parking lot are broken. If you go across the street where there's a number of public chargers, they're sometimes full. At the most, 1 or 2 are open. But they are definitely very heavily utilized over there. And again, the bill isn't going to require that 15% of stalls have an EV charger off the bat. The bill requires that they are EV ready with the receptacle. So as demand increases, they can come in and put the charger in as necessary. And sorry, lastly, to Councilmember Cooley, had said it earlier, but there's lots and lots and lots of rebate money out there for EV chargers. Hawaii Energy will give you $5,000 per charger, right? There's something like 2 cents per barrel of gasoline is going towards EV chargers through the state. So Hawaii Energy, you can easily get a rebate for chargers. The state has $16 million of federal infrastructure money, which is dedicated to EV chargers. Our own Office of Economic Development has been talking for a while about trying to come up with an EV charger incentive program, possibly specifically targeting EV ready for affordable housing construction, right? So there's lots of ways to pay for this.
Okay, thanks for those pieces of information. I didn't know that our charger was broken in our parking lot. I just do notice that nobody uses it. So that's a good piece of information for me to have. I'd like to turn it over to other council members, and then I have more, but I want to make sure everybody gets their chance, and they might ask some of the same questions I have.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Yeah, just on one question. Everything else is pretty much, but again, was brought up several times. The retrofitting of the existing parking lots is not part of this at all. There's no discussion on that. People have not come, because I got some of that came, and they're feeling like, so there's no opportunity there. Just want to clarify. Okay.
Councilmember
Yeah,
DeCosta.
exactly. The only retrofits would be over 100 stalls with a 2,000 square foot structure or more going in, which again does not happen very often. Any others, if you're renovating your existing building or adding onto it, you've got less than 100 stalls, right? No triggers. Again, because it doesn't make sense to rip up an existing lot to put in EV ready. It makes sense during new construction.
Councilmember DeCosta.
Yeah, and I just want to echo what my fellow councilwoman Felicia Cowden was reiterating about making all the entities available to communicate and provide testimony. The electrical unions, the larger construction companies that are going to be putting in these EV chargers, and the cost of construction that can escalate with a new item like this. This is a totally new item, a totally new conduit line that has to go in. So I would like more input from those entities. You know, it's great that we come up with these green energy bills, but we need to incorporate everyone. So thank you, Councilwoman Cowden, for bringing that up.
Councilmember Cowden.
Okay, and then I want to just expose my bias for a moment that, like, I'm pretty excited about this hydrogen vehicle concept that doesn't require batteries. And we have issues with our sewage, our wastewater. And so that's really the direction I keep trying to push for, because we can make hydrogen and have more efficient wastewater treatment plants. When we're looking at getting $100 million for our wastewater improvements, I was really hoping that they would be looking at that. We have the Department of Reclamation interested in doing it. Why that's important to me is because of the batteries. I really like the idea of, electric vehicles. And so a hydrogen vehicle does the same thing. It gives out water and oxygen. My concern about really this whole push for how much we want to have by 2045, if we don't do hydrogen, I think about all these batteries and what are we going to do with them, because the lithium batteries aren't easy to dispose of. I sent some questions over quickly to our solid waste, and without tying them hard into it, but we, send about 155 gallon of recycled lithium back, and all these cars right now, Puhi Metals is the one who has to take that apart and deal with that for shipping off the island. But when I look at lithium, that's open pit mines, and that's a really difficult process, or it's this brine extraction, both of which have really high water consumption, a lot of groundwater contamination. Right now, a number of us are here in Colorado. I'm really aware of the Native American tribes. I know, for example, the Paiutes and the Shoshone are really upset for what's going to be in their region.
Do you have a question?
Yes, I do. You don't like my giving background? I can keep my background. I'll ask the question, and then I'll give the background in the discussion session. Here's my question.
You've been talking for like about 2 minutes, and I'm just waiting for the question on it.
Well, I was trying to give a little bit of background. My background is lithium batteries are problematic. They're made in China, and most of the lithium comes from very difficult areas that we aren't even in good politics with. So I'm worried that we put all this elements there and we don't have the room for it. So I wanted to say, I know you're doing this in compliance with what the state's saying. I'm asking, was there any consideration for hydrogen, looking at any of that? And then maybe you can speak to any concerns there might be for lithium extraction and getting rid of the lithium waste that we would have here on the island. Has this been considered? Because there's a lot of data where that might be difficult. So what are your thoughts on lithium batteries?
I can answer real quick. You said lithium is problematic. And yet we know that climate change is catastrophic. So I certainly, and I think everybody does agree that there are large environmental issues with mining lithium. Those environmental issues are in some sense dwarfed by the threat of climate change, and there's lots and lots and lots of time and money and research going into ways to recycle existing lithium batteries, how to make this process more environmentally friendly, et cetera. But in the same way that, fossil fuel extraction is incredibly damaging, a third of our oil comes from Russia. Right, there's lots of terrible aspects around our current structure, including climate change being by far the worst here. So yes, climate change is worse than lithium. As far as hydrogen, the issue with hydrogen vehicles is that they are, I believe, 0 charging stations or refill stations for hydrogen vehicles in Hawaii. There's something like 50 in the entire country. Hydrogen vehicles have not taken off in the same way as electric vehicles. Right now, you can buy an electric vehicle and it costs less over its lifetime than its equivalent fossil fuel counterpart, whereas that's certainly not the case for hydrogen vehicles. So electric vehicle technology is here. It's expanding rapidly. We need the infrastructure to make it work, and hydrogen vehicles are not yet there. Hopefully one day they will be, and there'll be another viable alternative. And sorry, lastly, on hydrogen, you don't need a public charging station for hydrogen, right? Hydrogen is refilled essentially at a equivalent to a gas station. And the private market, in some sense, can do that, right? People can start a hydrogen station and start to refill hydrogen. It doesn't work the same for electric vehicle charging because of the length of the charge. We need a public charging network for that.
Yeah, so hydrogen here, we would want to be making it ourselves. How about this? I will send you a list. Can I do this, Chair? Can I send him a list, both of them, a list of my concerns about the lithium batteries, or send it to staff and they can send it to them if that's not serial communication? And otherwise I will say it on air here so that we are in agreement with the sunshine laws.
I would say it on air. I believe if you sent it to them, it would be serial communication. And that would probably be in your discussion time. If you
okay, so I'll give that in my discussion time, and then so what I would be asking, I'm asking them now, if when I put out my concerns, that maybe when we come back to committee, maybe it will have already been corrected at the Planning Commission by this time, but if there can be a presentation where it really shows where the climate change challenge is different, because like I've been trying to research this, and so as I'm looking at it in the 6 days that I've known about this since it came on our agenda, I'm seeing a lot that's saying this might not be environmentally better, and that there are these problems. So I will just, in the discussion time, say what my pieces are, and then so perhaps you can give us a presentation, because I don't want to be in disagreement with you. I just want to make sure we're going to be asking for building. We're putting something in code that's going to be asking for something that's going to be viable in 5 years, and that there won't be substantial changes by then. So are you willing to do that? I mean, is that something that's a way so I don't have to make you answer a bunch of questions on the floor?
If you're asking for a presentation on the threat of climate change, I don't really...
On the comparison between electric vehicles and like lithium batteries take a lot of energy to destroy. They take a lot of energy to create. And then the shipping takes a lot of energy. And then if we're charging at night, that's all diesel anyway, being used inefficiently. So I looked to make sure the math works out and the science works out.
I don't think you need a presentation from me. If you look at the EPA's website, right, the embodied lifetime emissions of lithium batteries are a teeny fraction of the lifetime emissions of a fossil fuel vehicle, right? So lots of research on that front that if you want, I can come and bring some information at the next meeting, but certainly that's readily available online.
Great. So maybe you can bring some information on how we would be shipping these to where and how we would do it and how much it would cost to do it. And do we have the capacity to manage all these batteries that would be leaving. I just want to be able to see it. And I did look. So I want to be just excited about this. I'm just trying to be responsible and ask for the alternative questions. I want to just be yes, 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 Bill.
Yeah, and you know, this is a EV charging station bill. I don't know if disposal of batteries and a whole presentation on the effects of batteries and where they're mined and stuff is part of that actual bill, or a presentation that Councilmember Evslin or Kuali'i would do. If you want to share that information in your discussion, I think it would be the appropriate place to say why you have concerns about it. But to have them do a presentation on that with this bill, I don't think would be necessary.
Okay, I will try and find some of that information out. I mean, I hope what he just said there so simply is correct. This is upstream of the bill. So if we require 15% of the parking to be EV charging stations, that means that probably we want 15% of our cars to be that. If we have 15% of our cars to be that, we need to be able to deal with the waste of the cars. So it's just trying to look comprehensively at what we are asking for. That's all I'm trying to do.
Do we have any further questions from the members? Again, this bill will be sent to planning and then it will come back to us for public hearing and committee and full council. If not, while the rules are still suspended, we'll take public testimony. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Lonnie?
For the record, Lonnie Sykos. My thanks to the two council members for making their observations about this bill. Although the bill is about charging stations, it also is about lithium batteries, because you are picking winners and losers in the change in technology for motor vehicles. It's that simple. The state has decided, for whatever reason, to choose lithium batteries over all of the other options. And from the theoretical side, the hydrogen is by far the superior energy method that we are aware of. It's simply a matter of, will that technology develop? We're talking now about 20-some years from now. And so, lacking a crystal ball, we don't know which technology's going to win out, and yet the state is pushing us towards a technology that is as problematic as petroleum is. The country that has the most different types of rare earth minerals literally on the surface of the ground that you could harvest with a shovel is Afghanistan. There's more. Afghanistan could be $1 trillion country, except it's unstable, it can't be mined, and everybody's left because they gave up. And so we'll go get lithium and all that from other places. But as the council members show, it is problematic. And this bill is problematic because we are backing the state in picking winners and losers. It bothers me, number one, that charging station's been broken for, I don't know, a year, 2 years. It's like been broken so long I can't remember the first time I remembered it being broken. And my second observation is, I agree. I have friends that have electric cars, like they go to the shopping center and park it so they don't have to pay bill at home. They go to the shopping center, park their car, recharge it, get in their friend's car and go cruise. They go surfing. And so you build all these stations, and how are you going to deal with the cars that are using it as a parking stall? And so maybe you need a fine for blocking the charger. If your vehicle's not being charged, how are you going to get it out of the stall so somebody else can actually charge a vehicle? This thing is good intent, but lacking in real life, working in real life. So I'm hesitant to support this thing.
Okay, thank you. Next up, testifier. Please state your name for the record. And you'll have 3 minutes. The light will turn green when it starts. It'll turn yellow when you have 30 seconds and red when your 3 minutes is up. And if you need another 3 minutes, we're going to go around the room first and let everyone have a chance.
Okay, thank you. Hello, council members. My name is Andrew Cass. I'm an electric vehicle driver for 8 years now. Driven 80,000 miles on Kauai with 2 electric cars. We have Nissan Leafs. My experience has been they are affordable and efficient vehicles for usage for me. They're cheap to run. Yes, they are more expensive to buy, although now with the used market, they are getting down that you can get used ones for $8,000 to $10,000. So in my mind, because of the efficiency and the there's no oil changes, no tuning or anything. They are affordable transportation. They could be for more people on Kauai. There is a supply issue, just like all used cars and other things right now, that hopefully will get resolved. But they are a solution for affordable transportation on Kauai. There's many other issues that have been brought up, but I just think that at the same time, they are, reducing our fossil fuel dependency on Kauai. So if we can, with solar energy, we're creating energy here on Kauai, and then we're spending money on Kauai to KIUC for that energy. We're not spending money on importing fossil fuels from places like Russia and Saudi Arabia. Felicia Cowden brought up some issues with lithium, and Luke Epsilon mentioned, yes, there are issues, but there's much bigger problems right now. If you look at oil, just places where we get oil, Saudi Arabia is an issue. I wish you would address things like that as well. Deepwater Horizon, we talk about pollution from our oil addiction. There's a lot of issues around it, but I think alternatives are worse. And one last issue that we have is you talked about the electricians who have to install these chargers. Just imagine, at least we know about conduits and copper wiring. That's easy. We have people who can do it. Like Luke said, there's no hydrogen delivery system in Hawaii. There's a few on the mainland. We don't know how to do that. Those expensive materials to deliver hydrogen to your car. I mean, you need a special tank in your car. You need special hoses. Right now, we can install chargers easily. It's known technology. It's easy to do, and it helps the chicken and egg problem of having electric cars. You need more chargers, then you need more cars. So it's going to help bring more affordable transportation to Kauai to pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience wishing to testify? Seeing none. Anyone on Zoom wishing to testify? We have Tara.
Aloha. Yes, I just wanted to testify that what was mentioned about the fines, just hearing this, for the electric vehicles, I have Ohana and friends that have them. However, the issue about fines is concerning, especially the nonchalant or just the mindset of the person that where you said they're not looking to fine, but trying to remedy any discrepancies. Yet, how things are written, the council member mentioned that when somebody else comes in and you read things as is on paper, they didn't know that, the previous mindset was to work with the discrepancy, before actually having to apply this fine. So again, like how they mentioned, another administration or a person reading this might have the different mentality. So is there something that can be written in there? I looked up it now too, like that chapter 8, 3.5, where some kind of levels, like, you work with or you warning or, just something like that, because it's the two-sided, right? You want to encourage this, but you also don't want to discourage. You don't want to penalize. But if it's purposely being, I don't know, just hearing what everybody's saying, using it as a parking stall versus actual charging, and so you have to see like the two sides. So maybe some put it in there. I don't know, like in writing. I know it's in the chapter though, so that might be amending, but something where it's not just like, okay, $10,000, and even at yourself, you don't know how to read this, what's written as is. So maybe put in, I don't know, warning or work with to remedy the issue. You have to look at everything that everybody's just been mentioning. So since this is a first bill reading, now's the time, to get the input in, as well as looking at what is in the chapter right now as written. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Goran.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yes, my name is Goran. I'll turn on my video here. Thank you. I live in the Wailua Homesteads. I've been an electric vehicle owner since 2013. I've driven probably around 80 to 90,000 miles on the island, electrically powered. I'm a solar energy consultant as well. And, my concern with this bill is that it's absolutely necessary that we have a bill like this. Other islands, our neighbor islands, are ahead of us in this type of legislation. One of the things that is a huge benefit happening here on the island is that we are, producing more and more renewable energy of our own, sourced right here on Kauai, that can be used for electrified transportation. Excuse me. Excuse me, yeah. So, this power could easily be directed into vehicles, into buses. I mean, let's just face it, we need to wean ourselves off of oil that's putting so much CO2 in our atmosphere. That's the cause of global warming and climate change. All of the, petroleum that is being burned, we might as well shift that, addiction to electric, solar, and renewable power. I mean, we have it. The technology is here. The technology is happening right now. This bill allows electric vehicle chargers to be available to the masses. We need to give, the public access to vehicle chargers so that people can drive more affordably. These vehicles are easier to maintain. It's a lot less expensive to drive an electric vehicle. Everybody says it over and over again. If you don't know, try it. Drive one. See what it's like. It really will change, your mind about electric vehicles. Somebody mentioned a few times, what about people that, park their cars and charge, overnight and that sort of thing? Well, guess what? I'm I'm an electric vehicle charging station owner. We have a charging station, out at the Waimea Baptist Church, and we charge for people to park at that spot. So if you're charging and you want to park there overnight, well, guess what? The bill will add up. So that type of technology or accounting for time, plugged in, that sort of thing, if you're going to charge all night long, go right ahead. It's going to cost you money. So there's a financial incentive to keep people moving along. These charging stations are, Wi-Fi connected. Time is being accounted for. And people can move right along if they don't want to pay, a set amount per hour to stay there and to charge their cars. So that's about all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else online wishing to testify on Zoom? If not, any further questions from the members? Any I'll call the meeting back to order. Any final discussion from the members before it gets referred to the Planning Commission? If not, Councilmember DeCosta.
I had a little bit to say. I'm gonna have to address some of the concerns of Felicia Cowden. I think this bill does address EV chargers, but again, the vehicle that uses the EV charger does have lithium batteries in it. It will eventually end up having to be in our landfill or be disposed by our county. We are the county government who's going to be responsible for those batteries. Not every family can afford a new electric vehicle. I believe electricity and solar is a driven force by different political parties, and now we're under the Democratic regime and things could change and fossil fuel may become more of an importance. It may not. And I'm not saying I want to not save the world, but if you guys want to be real today, here in Hawaii, no matter what we do with our emissions and our carbon secretion and carbon dioxide, the rest of the world got to be on board with us. If they're not, there still will be global warming. So I think there are good points on both sides. I want to commend Luke and Kipukai for this, but I do not want to ignore what Councilwoman Cowden has brought up today. And I would like to hear what administration have to say in an email. They don't have to tell me now, but I would like to know what our administration has to say about this moving forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Cowden.
I'll be really brief. I love the intention of this bill. In this moment, I'm definitely going to be voting yes to move it forward and see where it goes. I will work myself to really find out some of the answers to these questions. I hope what Councilmember Evelyn says is accurate, and I will be bringing more information back when it comes to the the middle meeting, the committee meeting, if it isn't adapted in that time. But I think this absolutely needs to go get explored by the commission. I want it to be something that is really excellent for us. And if I could have an electric vehicle easily, I would have one. So, I'm satisfied for now. I don't have to have all my issues addressed.
Councilmember Evelyn.
Yeah, thank you all for the dialogue. Just want to thank Councilmember Lee for slogging through this with me for the last year, and all the collaboration with the planning department and OED. And especially OED is doing a lot of really great work on trying to figure out some electric vehicle charging incentives. So appreciate all of the work on this front. Just to respond to a couple things. Regarding the broken chargers in the historic county building lot, right? Those were replaced essentially by the chargers across the street. I think there's 16 chargers right across the street. We have more publicly available chargers here in this county parking lot than I think anywhere else on Kauai, at least anywhere that I've seen. So we're doing good on that front. As far as the cost of an EV, that's come up a little bit. Right now, today, if you finance a car, you're going to be paying, if you take in the financing costs monthly, fuel costs versus electricity costs, you're paying less at the end of the day with an electric vehicle for almost all types of electric vehicles on the market than you are for a comparable fossil fuel, vehicle. And that's using Hawaii electricity and fuel rates. And that was the study that showed that was done before the spike in fuel charges, right? And because of that significant drop, and it's essentially an annual drop in the cost of electric vehicles, that is what accounts for that 33% increase in electric vehicles in just a single year, right? The transition is happening very rapidly, whether we like it or not, and for me, I think it's a great thing. I'm happy to encourage it, but it's happening. We're not choosing winners or losers. The market is essentially choosing the winner here, that EVs are getting cheaper and cheaper, right? And the forecast is just a few years out, right? Their upfront sticker price will be less than a comparable fossil fuel car. So it's happening, and we need to ensure that we have the infrastructure in place to help enable people to have access to these cars. A major barrier is that if you have an older home, you often don't have the amperage for a level 2 charger, right? It means you got to charge all night long with a trickle charge, 12 hours to get a full charge. So if you have an old home, you can't have the charging required. You rely on a public charging network. And also if you live in multifamily housing, right, then you rely on a public charging network. So when you see people parked in a grocery store parking lot, they're paying more than the cost of electricity for charging, right? They're not doing that because they don't want to charge at home, right? If you've got the charging at home, you're going to choose the charging at home. People are parked at Safeway for hours because they don't have access to any other chargers. And when a mall like Kauai Grove just doesn't charge somebody for 2 hours and then charges after that, they're making their own financial decision, right? They're deciding that's enough of a draw to give free charging for 2 hours, get people to come into the mall and start charging them after. And that's what businesses across the island are doing, because you can charge over and beyond the cost of electricity. Help draw people there and then start charging people for power. So no establishments should be losing money with an installed charger. So anyway, again, this is going to go to Planning Commission. There'll be a lot more input there, and then committee where we can have a robust conversation about all aspects again. But I appreciate the dialogue today. Thank you.
Councilmember Cooley.
Yeah, I'll just add that if we're serious about addressing climate change, this is really just one very small step. There's a lot more to do. I challenge all of you to come up with some bills of your own and some ideas, maybe an amendment if you think you can improve this bill, but it's just a small thing. And we have to do a lot more if we're serious about addressing climate change. And it is a catastrophe. It is a disaster, you know. You see what's in the news today, you know, the heat waves, and it's ridiculous. Long overdue.
Council Vice Chair Chalk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to our introducers of this bill. I can imagine, you know, what you've had to go through in order to get it to this point. So I look forward to the commission's review of it and to see it back. I think oftentimes, you know, government is criticized as being reactive, and quite honest, we are. But this is being proactive, so I appreciate you. You know, outside of any political agenda, I think what we need to do is look at options, opportunities for us as a community, and this offers something that we should be looking at. I'd hate for that to kind of be the center point of discussion here. Yes, the reality of the political regime is as such. Let's focus on what it is we can do to help encourage, you know, new industries, new ways of thinking, and new opportunities for us to live more sustainably on this island. And so thank you again. I'll look forward to committee where we can unpack this more. And I would just encourage everyone, where there are concerns, that we do come together here to bring some background research on your own so that we can contribute to a more productive discussion in committee. And I would also encourage that if that is the direction that you as individual council members are leading, that you do come with at least potential amendments that we can dive into and unpack further. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Carvalho.
Just in wrapping up, I mean, overall, we've been moving in this direction in so many different ways. I mean, look, even our Kauai buses moving forward to electric buses and charging stations, that's happening already. And so in this discussion, I think there's more to put on the table. I look forward to reaching out more. You know, I think there's going to be a lot of more discussion on this, but I believe we're moving in the right direction, especially with how we're at right now with our environment and being more sustainable overall. So I look forward to more healthy discussion. And I think we have good opportunity to bridge and connect and get resources coming back to move this whole effort forward in a positive way. A lot of questions are going to come up. I know that for a fact. But I think we're on the right track as far as what's happening before us. So look forward for more discussion. Oh, of course, over the planning as well. So.
Anyone else? If not, Councilor De Costa.
Yeah, I got a final piece of discussion. Yeah, I really appreciate you council members, Luke and Council Member Kipukai, on encouraging us to come with some amendments or a bill of ourselves to, you know, to improve this environment Council Vice Chair Chalk, you made a good point about, coming to committee and doing our homework. But remember, the bill was introduced by Cooley and Luke, and we didn't know about it till now. Yeah. So now we're doing our questions, and I gotta give props to myself and Felicia Cowden for bringing up critical issues that there's people out there watching today that believe the same like us. There's people like you guys who believe the same like you guys, and that's what is the beauty of this council, that we can have these discussions, intellectually fruitful discussions, and we may not see everything the same way. We might not be as, I don't want to say climate change sensitive, but we might have other ideas or other ways or other constituents that we need to speak on behalf, and we gotta be able to articulate our vision and not get, in a frustration way, because your discussion didn't go the way that you guys wanted it. So I'm actually excited to know what's going to happen in committee, and yes, by all means, I'll do my homework. Thank you.
Anyone else? If not, the motion on the floor is to refer to the Planning Commission. Can we go to a roll call vote?
Councilmember Carvalho?
Aye.
Councilmember Chalk?
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember DeCosta?
Aye.
Councilmember Evslin?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuli'i?
Aye.
Council Chair Kanashiro?
Aye.
7 ayes.
Okay, so here's where we're at. We're way past our lunch and our break, but I do see testifiers in the audience that have been here all morning. I do want to get to their 2 items, so I'm going to jump around. We're going to take the fire item, Bill 2866, on the council meeting agenda. When we complete that, we're going to recess our council meeting. We're going to take our committee meeting, and we're going to do the parks item so that our other 2 testifiers can actually testify. I do not want them to have to come back after lunch. They've been waiting very patiently for their items. So that's where we're at. So clerk, can you please read on page 5, bill number 2866?
On page 5, Bill number 2866, a bill for an ordinance approving a collective bargaining agreement for bargaining unit 11 between July 1st, 2021 and June 30th, 2025.
Move to approve.
Second.
Received, I don't think we received written testimony on this item. I'll suspend the rules. We do have testifiers. Blair.
Aloha, Council Chair. For the record, Blair Yamashita, Hawaii Firefighters Association, Kauai Division Chair, also Kauai Fire Department Fire Captain. I just wanted to say thank you guys for allowing us the opportunity to speak today. As you guys know, the HFFA represents 1,800 career firefighters around the state responsible for staffing both county and state facilities, as well as 600 plus retirees. And here on the island, we have 139 county firefighters, along with just around 40 are for state firefighters as well. The HFFA thanks the Council for its continued support and commitment to public safety and urges the passage and a yes vote of Bill 2866 for the contractual award for bargaining unit 11. Having satisfied the procedural requirements of HRS 89 and arbitrated on by a neutral third party as being fair, we stand by this contract. The last time we were here 3 years ago, we came to the chambers informing about the secondary and hidden hazards that we face that go and compound along with the inherent dangers of our jobs that people see, the fires that we go to, the working conditions, things like increased rates of cancer and shorter life expectancies in the general population, and increased diagnosis of PTSD comparatively. COVID in the last 30 months have just reinforced the importance of having a well-supported and funded public safety sector. Fire, police, and EMS services continued at the same high level through a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic, often putting our members face to covered face with the disease, and each time the tone went off, we answered the call knowing we were possibly subjecting ourselves to COVID. and not only that, but our families. I'll finish by reiterating, we stand by the contract, and we know that the council and the County of Kauai and the community stands with us also. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the audience wishing to testify? Nick?
Hello, Council. Good afternoon. You're late. Yeah, press right there, the green light right there.
Right in front of the mic, right in front of you.
Right here. Oh, got it. Oh, there we go. Good. Good afternoon. Nick Pananganan, Fire Captain for Kauai Fire Department, Division Recorder for Hawaii Firefighters Association. I'll be brief. As Blair reiterated, we stand just at 139 members for our county divisions. We also represent our state ARF members, 1,800 members across the statewide. Just here to put name to the face, faces to the numbers, names associated with this bill. Just asking for your support. It went through first reading. We're just looking for a yes vote to pass our bargaining agreement. Everything went through binding arbitration where employer and bargaining unit met with fair negotiations, and the award was awarded by a third-party arbitrator. And we're just asking for that recognition of the process in compliance with good faith bargaining in the Hawaii Revised Statute. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience wishing to testify? Seeing none. Anyone online wishing to testify? Any questions from the members? Call the meeting back to order. Any final discussion from the members? Councilmember DiCosta.
Yeah, I want to thank our two firefighters who come in today. I want to be proactive and thank all the firefighters throughout the state, more so here on Kauai, because they're the ones that save us, that respond medically to our kapuna. You guys are underthanked, and we only do it when we hit the emergency and then something happens to our loved ones, and then we feel compelled to thank you. So today I'm going to thank you on behalf of our council and our council staff, that we are indebted for you guys to have kept us safe and at the forefront of our well-being. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Cowden.
You're mute.
I'll be brief. I want to thank you both for coming in here and speaking to us, waiting patiently through the meeting. I want to thank all our firefighters, both on Kauai and in the state. You are deeply appreciated. This is second read right now, so when we say yes today, it's a done deal. And when I look at the numbers, the percentages, I know that doesn't even keep up with inflation. So it is a very easy, willing, and strong yes. Yes, you deserve it. Yes, we want to give it to you. Yes, we're glad that you're getting it. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Kuali'i.
Yeah, I too want to lend my voice of gratitude, mahalo nui loa, to firefighter Yamashita and firefighter Pananganan for showing up today and representing all our other firefighters. Absolutely, we've always known how critical first responders are for us, and it became even more apparent during COVID, and we appreciate all that you've done to help get us through that. So I will support this very easily.
Councilmember Carvalho.
Mahalo again, you folks. I mean, totally supportive. Your heart, your soul, your dedication to the work that you do for the people that we all serve. And mahalo to your families as well. But for today, we're totally supportive, 100%. So mahalo for everything that you folks do. Aloha.
Anyone else? Councilmember Eversley.
Yeah, I just want to express my appreciation also for what KFD does here. I think my guess is I have the distinction among the council of getting rescued by the fire department more than anybody else among my colleagues here. Oh, maybe Councilmember Cowden has me beat there, but 3 or 4 times that I've been in hairy situations, and it is always such a relief to see somebody paddling out on a board or in a helicopter there to help you out. So lots of appreciation for the work that our first responders do, even outside of this the last 2 years of crisis that we've been in. So yeah, thank you. Easy vote today.
Anyone else? If not, roll call vote.
Councilmember, hold on, sorry, 1 moment.
Aye.
Councilmember Chalk,
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden,
Aye.
Councilmember DeCosta.
Aye.
Councilmember Evslin,
Aye.
Councilmember Cooley,
Aye.
Chair Canachero.
Aye.
7 ayes.
With that, we will recess our council meeting and, yeah, motion passes. With that, we'll recess our council meeting and we're gonna, start with our committee meeting, starting with Parks and Recreation.
I would like to call to order the Parks and Recreation Transportation Committee meeting. Let the record reflect that all members are present. And of course, do we want to have any quorum? So clerk, would you please read the first item on our agenda?
Bill number 2869, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 23, Section 23-3.7, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended, relating to concessionaires at the Spouting Horn.
Could I get a motion to approve?
From someone on the committee.
Move to approve.
Second.
Oh, Mason, you're not on the committee.
Never mind.
Move to approve.
Can I get a
Get a
second
second?
from someone?
Second.
Second.
Members, this is the bill proposed by the Department of Parks and Recreation to update the status of their concession stands, stall configurations, removing the upset bid amount, which will be addressed in administrative rules, and allowing the use of electricity by concessionaires. Members, do we have any questions for Parks on this item? Okay.
We'll suspend the rules and take testimony.
Okay.
We have 2 registered speakers. First registered speaker, Renee Zhang.
We have to see.
Sorry.
Oh, you want to leave it on?
Leave
There
it
you
on
go.
already.
Yeah.
My name is Renee, so sorry, my English is not really good.
Oh,
Yeah, but I just wondering, it's the spelling horn, when is it going to start it? So because when is COVID-19, and then after that, 2 years something, we didn't have a job. So I don't know what can I do, so. And I hear about it is the bid is going to the 2,500 started.
Yeah.
And then the inside the building, the booth is A booth. I think it's too close for each vendor, so no more privacy.
It's too close.
Yeah, too close.
Okay.
Yeah, that 2 questions.
Before it was a little bit further apart.
Yeah, before it's it's good, but right now I check so many times, but the space is really close for each vendor. Hard to sell, I think.
So just the space part.
Yeah.
Okay.
So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else willing to testify?
Next registered speaker, Chun Hua.
She's okay.
She's okay?
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for being here and waiting. Thank you very much. So any final questions? Members?
With that, we can recess the meeting and we'll be back. We'll come back with Councilmember Cowden, you have a question?
Well, I just wondered if there's somebody from Parks or maybe managing director that could answer those women's questions about the price. I think they asked how much it costs. They were more asking us questions than testifying, other than that it's expensive and close.
Good afternoon, council members. Wally Resents from County Parks Department. Yeah, I can speak to that. Basically, on the $2,500 minimum question, that was hard coded in the ordinance in the past, and what our intent, well, part of our intent with this bill would be to be able to set the upset price to potentially move with market conditions. Yes, it is or has been 2,500 in the past. Usually, to be honest, the peddlers and concessionaires that have bidded were usually pretty well north of that in many instances. But we didn't want to hard code it in the bill. We wanted to address it within the rules so that it can change with time based on market conditions. We had some internal discussions, and we are looking at, if approved, we're looking at something in the 2,500 to 3,000 kind of range at a minimum at this time.
Okay, thank you. Because they struggle with English, probably 2,500 to 3,000.
That's kind of what we're looking at now if we are allowed to proceed with the bill as written.
Thank you.
Yeah, Wally, just for our two constituents out there who probably have you guys had a building, an area that you used before? Yes. Yeah. So Wally, you mentioned 2,500 to 3,000 current now if it gets passed, but what's to ensure that it doesn't go up in the next year or two?
So, yeah, the contracts usually are awarded on approximately a 5-year basis. So it would be whatever the concessionaire bids, basically the high bidders will, highest eight bidders in this case would basically win a slot at the new location, and it'll stay at that rate for the term of the 5 years, for the entire term of that contract.
Okay, so Wally, the bid will start at the minimum price that you guys set, the 2,500.
Whatever we set at the minimum, that would be the basis for the bidders to start the bidding.
And I want to make sure you guys understand the bid process, correct? Where you put a number in.
Oh, it's 2,500 started.
Yeah, it's a start at that.
So,
you guys already decided, right?
So,
Wally?
To clarify, I mean, the bill as written will allow us, the department, the director, the flexibility to adjust the minimum when we bid it out. Yeah. So again, to clarify, at this time, I know internally when we're talking, we were thinking in that 2,500 to 3,000 range when we're ready to set this bid out, and we feel that's prevalent of likely what the market will bear. We think we'll probably get bids north of that, and we'll be able to get a minimum of 8 bids north of that if we go out with somewhere in the 2,500 to 3,000 range.
So for clarity, north means higher, but it might be higher than that.
Yeah, higher than the 2,500, but again, like I said, we're looking in that 2,500 to 3,000 range.
Wally, I'm going to have our ladies maybe come over and talk to you folks so you can talk directly to them and maybe get more clarification. Is that okay for you?
Sure.
We'll work that out.
Talk to the other vendor. They think 2,500 right now. The condition may be higher.
Yeah. So
talk about it, maybe can lower the bid.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll have the connection made with our parks people. Then you can ask the questions directly there and get it more face to face. That'll be better. Okay.
And if you want, maybe we should just try and finish this item already, unless there's more questions or from the members.
Members, any additional requests or any additional comments on this particular item? No additional discussion? Can I
Any
get a
final discussion? Call the
final
meeting back to
discussion?
order. Any
Anything, final discussion? Call the meeting back to order.
Any final discussion?
Final discussion? Okay.
Roll call.
Roll call vote?
Council members Cowden,
Aye.
DeCosta,
Aye.
Evslin,
Aye.
Kuali'i,
Aye.
Chair Carvalho.
Aye.
Motion passes.
So this time we'd like to recess our Parks and Recreation Committee.
And we'll take our lunch break right now. We'll be back in an hour and we'll finish up with council, committee, and then we do have an executive session item to complete. So 1 hour lunch break.
Or not.
Microphone.
Kai said he was still eating. He might keep his camera off. Okay, welcome back. We are on page 4 of our council meeting agenda. Bills for second reading.
Bill number 2861, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 5A, Sections 5A-3.4, 5A-6.1, 5A-6.4, 5A-12.1, 5A-12.3, 5A-12.7, and 5A-12.8. Kauai County Code 1987 as amended relating to real property taxes.
Move to approve. Second.
Receive no written testimony on this item. Do we have any questions from the members? I'll suspend the rules. Councilmember Cowden.
Just making sure that I understand this completely. My understanding is when these corrections happen at the Board of Review, the person under consideration is eliminated an extra step and they get their status changed as far as real property taxes, correct? That's the main thing, right? It's just sort of removing that extra step.
Sorry, Councilmember Carter, can you repeat?
I just the main piece. We went over this multiple times, but it's really the board shall have the power to change a property tax rate classification right there when it gets corrected, and the person doesn't have to go back and refile. If they had it wrong, when they go to the Board of Review, they'll fix it right there. That's the main element that this does.
Yeah, so that part is basically a housekeeping measure because the basis to appeal a tax classification does not appear in Section 12 of Chapter 5A. So it appears in the other section that establishes the tax classification, but it wasn't written in the appeal section. And so we're basically just making sure that all of the basis or all the ways that somebody can appeal are all captured in Section 12, which is the appeal section of 5A.
Okay. Yeah, it's simple. Yeah.
Any other questions from the members? If not, anyone in the audience wishing to testify on this item? Jeff?
Jeff Lubner, for the record. Aloha, council members. Yeah, just there was a point of clarity that with the under an illegal claim, the board doesn't handle that, right? And so I guess and that's what I read it, because this was typically you could go to the straight to the Honolulu if you wanted to, right? So, but if it is an illegal claim or issue, I think what it's saying is that you have to then the court has to rule that. I guess my question is if somebody has illegal with non-uniform or any of the other issues, do you have to go through the board and satisfy those other three first, and then go to the court for the illegal? Or if the illegal is in that, will you go to the straight to the court? So that wasn't clear. So I'm just trying to get the clarity on that. If I understand the illegal part, that it has to go to the court. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Anyone online wishing to testify? Oh. Any further questions from the members?
Chair?
Okay, one moment. Councilmember Cowden, you have a question?
Well, I just wondered, I sort of understood what he was asking, but is it possible that we can get clarification on that? What Jeff was asking?
Yep. The rules are suspended. Rico.
Okay. Yeah, so you can appeal. So I can run through the ways or the reasons why you can appeal. It's the assessed value, obviously, you can appeal on. I think the one that he was talking about was the second one, lack of uniformity or inequality. If you didn't get an exemption or a dedication, you can appeal that. And then the illegality one, you can appeal that as well. And then tax classification, we're adding to this section. Not adding to the code, but adding to this section. So on any of those bases, what we're saying in this bill is that you can appeal any of those or all of those, but you still have to go through Board of Review first in any case before you went through state tax court.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the members? If not, I'll call the meeting back to order. Any final discussion from the members? Take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Aye.
Councilmember Chalk?
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember DeCosta?
Aye.
Councilmember Evslin?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i?
Aye.
Council Chair Kanashiro?
Aye.
7 ayes. The next item is Bill 2863, a bill for an ordinance approving a collective bargaining agreement for bargaining unit 2 between July 1st, 2021 and June 30th, 2025.
Move to approve.
Second.
This is for blue-collar supervisory workers. I'll suspend. Is anyone in the audience wishing to testify? We have none. Anyone online wishing to testify? Any questions or discussion from the members? If not, we'll take our roll call vote.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Aye.
Councilmember Chalk?
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember DeCosta?
Aye.
Councilmember Evslin?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i?
Aye.
Council Chair Kanashiro?
Aye.
7 ayes. The next item is on page 5, Bill number 2864, a bill for an ordinance approving a collective bargaining agreement for bargaining unit 3 between July 1st, 2021 and June 30th, 2025.
Move to approve.
Second.
Receive no written testimony on the item. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify? There are none. Anyone on Zoom? Any questions or discussion from the members? This is for white-collar, non-supervisory collective bargaining agreement. If not, take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Aye.
Councilmember Chalk?
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember DeCosta?
Aye.
Councilmember Evslin?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i?
Aye.
Council Chair Kanashiro?
Aye.
7 ayes. The next item is Bill number 2865, a bill for an ordinance approving a collective bargaining agreement for bargaining unit 4 between July 1st, 2021 and June 30th, 2025.
Move to approve.
Second.
This is for white-collar supervisory employees. We have no one in the audience. Anyone on Zoom wishing to testify? Any questions or discussion from the members? If not, we'll take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Aye.
Councilmember Chalk?
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember DeCosta?
Aye.
Councilmember Evslin?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i?
Aye.
Council Chair Kanashiro?
Aye.
7 ayes. The last item is Bill number 2867, a bill for an ordinance approving a collective bargaining agreement for bargaining unit 13 between July 1st, 2021 and June 30th, 2025.
Move to approve.
Second.
This is for professional and scientific employees. We receive no written testimony. We have no one in the audience. Anyone on Zoom wishing to testify? Any questions or discussion from the members? If not, roll call vote.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Aye.
Councilmember Chalk?
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember DeCosta?
Aye.
Councilmember Evslin?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i?
Aye.
Council Chair Kanashiro?
Aye.
7 ayes.
Next up is executive session.
Executive session ES 1078 pursuant to Hawaii Revised Statute Sections 92-4 and 92-5A4 and 8 and Kauai County Charter Section 3.07E. The purpose of this executive session is to consult with the council's legal counsel to receive legal updates, overviews, and recommendations for the purposes of obtaining council approval to settle 2 workers' compensation claims. This deliberation and decision-making involves matters that require the consideration of information that must be kept confidential due to significant privacy interests. The significant privacy interests relate to a medical history, diagnosis, condition, treatment, and evaluation. This information is protected from disclosure pursuant to state or federal law, including the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act.
Approve settlement authority.
No. Could I get a motion to go into executive session?
Opposed to go into executive session.
Second.
We received no written testimony. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Seeing none. Anyone on Zoom? Any questions or discussion from the members? We are going to take this executive session at the end of our committee meeting. If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. That concludes the business on our agenda. Not seeing or hearing any objections, this meeting is now adjourned, and we will take our committee meeting.
So, just clerk, would you please read the final item on our agenda?
Bill number 2870, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 23, Article 3, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended, relating to peddlers and concessionaires.
Move to approve.
Any second?
Second.
Okay, members, this is a bill proposed by the Department of Parks and Recreation to define a peddler's permit and clarify that the department issues permits instead of licenses and establishes the process by which permit fees will be set up. Members, do we have any questions for Parks on this item at this time? Anybody in the audience? Anybody want to speak? Any final questions? Okay, if there's no further testimony, I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Members, any discussion? No additional discussion. Could I get a roll call vote on the motion? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I just have a little bit of discussion. I spoke rather robustly with Parks on this.
Okay.
And I understand it is just the change really of license to permits. So it is a nuanced piece, but I just want it on the record that as these rules get developed, which they aren't developed, it's always hard for me to say yes to something before they're developed. So hopefully there will be a lot of public process. I had written statements from them that there would be. So I am relying on that. So I had raised that before. I'm just saying we actually discussed it pretty in depth in a separate meeting.
Okay.
So I'm fine.
All right. So any additional discussion? No? Could I get a roll call vote?
Councilmember Cowden?
Yes, aye.
Councilmember DeCosta?
Aye.
Councilmember Evelyn?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i?
Aye.
Committee Chair Carvalho?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Motion carried. This concludes the business on our agenda for Parks and Recreation.
I'd like to call to order the Planning Committee. For the record, we have a quorum. All members are present. Clerk, can you please read Bill number 2868 into the record?
Bill number 2868, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 8, Kauai County Code 1987 as amended, relating to application of regulations. County of Kauai Planning Department applicant ZA-2022-4.
Defer to the August 17th Planning Committee meeting. That's that.
If you want, can make a motion to approve first before you defer, and then if anyone wants to say anything, Council Vice Chair, if anyone wants to say
Second.
anything, then can defer it after.
Okay, thank you for the motion. Yeah, members of the committee, we had a request to defer to August 17, 2022. And, I'd actually prefer that we do move to a deferral rather than having a lengthy discussion, as I do believe this may even end up being received So if that's okay with the committee, what I'll do is I'll open it up for public testimony, and then if I could ask for a deferral. So with that, suspend the rules. Or is there anyone that'd like to testify on this item?
There is no one in the audience.
Okay. Anyone online?
No one online.
Okay, thank you. We'll call the meeting back to order. I will entertain a motion to defer at this point.
Second.
Okay.
Move to defer to the August 17th Planning Committee meeting.
Move to defer to the August 17th on committee meeting.
Thank you very much. And we had a second.
Second.
And can I have a roll call on the deferral?
Councilmember Carvalho,
Aye.
Councilmember DeCosta,
Aye.
Councilmember Ebslin,
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i,
Aye.
Committee Chair Chalk.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much. This concludes the business of the Planning Committee. The Planning Committee is now adjourned.
I'd like to call to order the Finance and Economic Development Committee meeting. Let the record reflect that all members are present. The first item on our agenda is the minutes of the July 6, 2022 Finance and Economic Development Committee meeting.
Move to approve.
Second.
Is there anyone on Zoom or in the audience wishing to testify on this matter?
Oh, sorry, we need a second from a member on the committee.
Second.
All right. Is there anyone in the audience or on Zoom wishing to testify? No. Seeing none. Members, any discussion? Sorry, did somebody say that something?
No discussion.
Okay.
Minutes.
If not, all those in favor of approval signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion is carried. Clerk, could you please read the final item on our agenda?
Bill number 2828, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 5A, Kauai County Code 1987, as amended, establishing a commercial vehicular rental real property tax class.
Move to receive.
Second.
All right. Yeah, we got a memo to receive from the administration. So this is the real property tax bill for rental car vehicles. Mike, if you want to explain the recommendation to receive.
Thank you, council members. Again, Mike DeHelig, Managing Director for the record. Committee Chair Evslin, just kind of in response, you folks should have gotten the memo that we transmitted last week asking for this request for receipt. As you know, this has popped up every so often on committee agendas, and you know, for a little bit of historical background, it was 364 days ago that we asked for this bill to be introduced before the council. And part of that was because there was a lot of limbo going on with respect to revenue streams for the county and the transient accommodation tax being up in the air, and a lot has happened since then. And while there were legal questions concerning Bill 2028, a lot of that calculus behind what is a legal gray area obviously changes with the revenue issues that are put before the body, and whether or not those revenue issues exist anymore. And so, as part of the request from our office has been to have the bills deferred, as it prompted a conversation amongst many stakeholders in the community to look at some of the state legislation that involved equity within commercial vehicular rentals. And as earmarked as noted in my request to receive to the council, the governor has signed into law Act 298, which involves providing better equity between resident cars and rental cars in paying the appropriate environmental fees. So there's the opportunity to use some of that money for traffic mitigation, and it is a policy dialogue we want to continue with the council. We think that the dialogue was healthy in producing something that is tangible to try to tackle away at what we know everybody agrees on, which is commercial vehicular rental traffic concerns on island. But more needs to be done. So we agree with that. But given that that has passed and the conversations regarding revenue are a lot more clearer, with respect to the county's revenue picture, we believe that discussion of this bill is probably, moot at this point.
Questions? Vice Chair Chalk?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mike. I really appreciate keeping us up in the loop and this alive long enough so that some productive outcomes could be achieved. I guess my question is really about we were able to accomplish something, and there's more, as you mentioned. So I would like to just get a little bit more information about what we can expect in any future collaboration in terms of addressing our traffic concerns as it relates to the visitors industry and rental cars, and how it is we can anticipate future collaboration efforts, such as what we've discussed in the past, which includes shuttle services and parking and so forth.
That's a good question. When we look at some of the things that have worked on island with respect to the Honolulu initiatives, shuttles efforts in partnership with DLNR and the county, those are things that seem to be working. And while we have still a proliferation of illegal parked vehicles in and around, the K and tunnels area, the element of overuse and oversubscription with some of our parking areas has been addressed as a consequence of throttling. And so, that's the kind of efforts that we hope can continue to be supported, either financially or policy-wise. Also that there's been conversations about the airport as a gateway, and we continue to keep tabs on, proposals to either expand or increase, rental car activities on island. We've also been involved in a lot of the dialogue concerning, Turo and how that has, played a role in keeping, the concern about overuse of our roadways with vehicles as a conversation point. So those are more broader policy things that we continue to engage with partners in the state and the Kauai Visitors Bureau on. So those are things that are on our burner right now. With respect to the actual law that did pass, I'll be working with our finance folks to anticipate when it does go into effect on January 1st of 2023, to already start anticipating how we can potentially adjust enabling ordinances to reflect that additional revenue that will be coming in now that tourist cars are taxed the same as residential cars when it comes to the U-Drive fees. So that's kind of the culmination of effort. We know that in the general plan, the balancing of tourism impacts is something that is overarched called for, and we'll continue to work in that steed as it comes to interfaces where the county can address vehicular rental types of situations.
Thank you. Any further questions? No further questions? All right, seeing none, we will. All right, is there anyone in the audience wish to testify?
There's no one in the audience.
Anyone on Zoom?
No one on Zoom.
All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. Members, any final discussion? None? All right, I'll go quick. It's crazy it's been 364 days here. I appreciate the administration's work on this and the boldness in first presenting this bill. And I will say I'm a little sad to see it go here. Given, I think, the legal gray area, and as Managing Director DeHelig said, the changing revenue picture here, I can see the rationale to receive it at this point. And I do want to say that I am appreciative of the collaboration with, or at least the meetings with the rental-car industry and their, I believe, eventual support for eliminating the cap on U-Drive beautification fee. Right, we supported that through HSEC packages since I've been on council the last 4 years, trying to eliminate that kind of ridiculous cap on the U-Drive fee, which capped, I believe, beautification fee at $1 when resident vehicles can be up to $10. And every year it failed to go through the ledge, and then finally this year it went through, right? And I think that ultimately their support, or at least not opposition, I'm not sure what changed necessarily on that front, but is what allowed this to sail through. So I appreciate that. Though all that said, a couple of dollar increase in the beautification fee for that car registration, right? It's not going to change things all that much. So I appreciate the gesture here, and it certainly will help to some extent. And I think that there is still work to do on all of our fronts to try and figure out ways to mitigate the impacts of the tourism and rental car industry on Kauai. That said, Councilmember Cowden, you have a final discussion?
Yes, and I want to thank you, Councilmember Epsilon, for creating this pressure. And I think dollar-wise, the extra $1 on the U-Drive, that fee for every car rented is going to be a lot more than what we would have made in that rental car tax. Because even if we tripled it, it really wouldn't have amounted to that much. So I think this is going to be something good across the whole chain of islands. It's going to be helpful that way for each community. And I think it creates parity and equity. So, we're getting more money out of that. And I think it will have more impact than even what we had. And I understand the spirit of what you were doing there. It's kind of nice for the county to be able to be giving some pushback. But I think there's going to be a lot of other pieces, including with this Lihue Airport Master Plan. I think we need to look very, very carefully how the car rental parking area is managed so that we don't allow for that increase in capacity there. And there's a lot where we want to put them out in the different resort areas for like a shorter rental time. So I think that the spirit of what you're trying to achieve will happen, and I think this, I'm very comfortable with the extra $1 that should have been there for a long time. So thank you.
Yeah, Vice Chair Jacques, I know you want to go, but just to clarify, this was introduced by request of the administration. So it was okay. their bill here, and I believe the lifting. I think resident vehicles are charged $5 for beautification fee with a cap of up to 10. So it will raise, I believe, an additional $4 per rental car per registration. Vice Chair Chalk, you wanted to?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to also acknowledge the work that I think has been coming from different angles. And, we were successful in this past session of getting a lot of support for abandoned vehicles. This is one of those pieces I feel that's indirectly connected. And that might have gotten a little bit lost in translation at HSAC, but nonetheless was passed. And so my hope is that when we consider the increased revenue, we can consider how we can expand some of the beautification efforts related to abandoned and derelict vehicles. Because while we are doing a pretty good job, better than we've done in the past years, we know that they're off the beaten track on private lands and in other areas of our island that abandoned vehicles are piling up. And so we need to be proactive at addressing those as well. And I hope that that's what we can do here. Thank you.
Members, any final discussion? If not, we got a roll call vote on the main motion to receive the bill.
Councilmember Chop?
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember DeCosta?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuli'i?
Aye.
Committee Chair Evslin?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Seeing no further business and hearing no objections, the Finance and Economic Development Committee meeting is now adjourned.
I'd like to call to order the Committee of the Whole meeting. Let the record reflect that all members are present. Our only item on the agenda is the minutes of the July 6, 2022 Committee of the Whole meeting.
Move to approve.
Received no written testimony. There's no one in the audience. Anyone online wishing to testify? Seeing none, any questions or discussion from the members? If not, roll call vote. Oh, sorry. All those in favor of approval signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, Motion's carried. Seeing no further business and hearing no objections, the committee of the whole meeting is now adjourned, and that concludes our committee meeting. Please stay on for executive session.